With these cuts, those providers may no longer be able to respond, leaving seniors nowhere to turn and our hotline overwhelmed. The council should not scale back legal services amid the impending financial crisis. Legal services level the playing field for vulnerable residents. Now is the time to strengthen the very services that keep our seniors safe, housed, and connected to essential resources. I urge the council to restore the $110,000 to support LCE's legal hotline and ideally to increase it. In closing, even with the added attorney, LCE's hotline is already at capacity. Combined with the access to justice cuts, the DACL reduction risks leaving hundreds more seniors without any legal help. Thank you, Chairperson Bonds, for your unwavering support of LCE and for our district seniors. We're proud to be a DACL partner, and we stand ready to continue the vital work that we do if we're given the resources to do it. I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your testimony. We'll now turn to the senior DC.
Good morning,
Good
Chairperson
morning.
Barnes and the members of the committee. My name is Cerise Elaine Turner, Miss Senior District of Columbia 2023, and advocacy volunteer with the AARP DC State Office. AARP is a nonprofit, nonpartisan organization that has promised well-being of older Americans for over 60 years. We represent 38 million members nationwide, including 68,000 in the District of Columbia. This testimony will underpin the value of DACL as the DC state and local area on aging and calls for sustained FY 2025 funding to maintain services for older adults and caregivers. First, we commend the mayor's proposed increases to nutrition services. This includes $302,000 for community dining and $930,000 for home delivered meals. These investments are critical as DC ranks #1 nationwide for food insecurity among adults 60 and over. Also, 11% of older households struggle to access the meals they need. AARP research shows that 17% of DC residents aged 45 and over reported rarely eating a nutritious meal in the past week. Another 17% of older adults live below the federal poverty line. These figures highlight the urgent need for well-funded nutrition programs. We urge the council to fully support these funding increases to ensure no older adult goes hungry. Second, AARP strongly supports the Safe at Home program and the proposed $300,000 one-time enhancement. This program provides home modification that boosts safety and independence for seniors and people with disabilities, while lowering healthcare costs. Increased funding will help expansion. We urge the council to approve the enhancement. However, we are deeply concerned about proposed cuts to lifeline supports. The district must fund services that help older adults to live comfortably in their home and out of costly institutional facilities, all the while saving taxpayer dollars. Caregiving services face $1.2 million cut due to expected federal reductions, threatening DC's long-term care system. The district's 74,000 family caregivers provide 69 million hours of unpaid care annually. This care is valued at $1.37 billion. Caregivers also spend $7,200 out of pocket each year. Programs like the DC Caregiver Institute and the Homemaker Program are vital. Any cuts would reduce home aid visits, respite care, and weakening support for vulnerable families. We urge the council to restore this funding to protect caregivers and avoid costly institutional care. Transportation. Since the discontinuation of the Seabury Connector in 2022, older adults have voiced concerns about access to senior wellness centers. Now, a $517,000 cut to senior transportation is proposed. This cut will further harm healthcare access, financial stability, and socialization for older adults. Restoring this funding is essential to ensure seniors remain connected to community and have cost-effective transportation. Senior wellness centers face $170,000 cut. These centers are vital for social connection, physical activity, and mental well-being. They need stable funding to provide basic resources like working tables and fitness equipment, adequate security, and equitable staff compensation. We urge the DC Council to restore funding. In conclusion, the needs of our older adult community are diverse and growing. In challenging economic times, AARP's recommendations support an age-friendly DC and over time, reduce the burden on the city's budget. We stand ready to work with the council and DACL to ensure older residents can age with dignity and support. Thank you, Chairperson Barnes, for your time and consideration.
I just have to remind you, we're not to have any demonstrations in our sessions. I don't have any control over that. The security system might visit with us, so just want you to know, okay? But I certainly appreciate hearing it. Thank you. All right. Now we will hear from Ms. Love.
Yes.
All right, Ms. Love, you're on.
Good morning, Chairwoman Bonds and the members of the committee. My name is Phyllis Love, and I'm an AARP volunteer that supports outreach and community engagement to empower Washington, D.C.'s seniors. I serve as a Ward 7 liaison. Today, I'm sharing my perspective as a full-time caregiver, and I'm asking the committee to restore the proposed $1.2 million cut to caregiving support programs and services. My mother is 90, and she has advanced dementia. I moved her into my home 5 years ago. Since that time, I've had to navigate the early stages when mother was quasi-independent to her current need for full-time support as her physical and mental condition deteriorates. In the past few years, I've counted on services through the DC Department of Aging and Community Living, the District of Columbia Caregivers Institute, and Iona Senior Services to identify resources to help support my mother's home care. Managing someone else's care, not just daily needs, but often rapidly changing physical and mental decline, requires organization, planning, and sufficient acuity and stamina. And very few of the district's 78,000 caregivers start off with the necessary information, preparation, or courage. Caregivers have to learn to work their way around a problem or challenge. Experienced staff and programs administered through DACL and its partners help to build the caregiver's skills and patience and confidence. Facilitated support groups link caregivers to best practices and techniques for managing change as diseases and illnesses progress. Through these group discussions, caregivers learn to more efficiently solve problems, improve practical daily skills, and we're better able to deal with change. Workshops and the exchange of information help caregivers build the confidence needed to manage safe and healthy environments for the seniors that depend on us. Recently, I've been assigned 4 hours of home aid service a week, which extends my capacity to provide full-time care. And I'm able to receive a modest reimbursement for eligible care expenses. Those programs are helpful because there are very few resources available for seniors with income in the modest, fixed income in the modest range. Most services are targeted to seniors with very limited incomes, which is understandable. Older residents with fixed incomes slightly above public assistance thresholds often face financial hardships as they struggle to cover extensive care costs. This burden is unsustainable long-term. Women who comprise 2/3 of family caregivers may lose significant lifetime earnings and benefits due to caregiving, especially during their 50s and 60s when retirement savings are crucial. Early withdrawals from retirement funds, often necessary, incur taxes and penalties, reducing future growth. It's essential to support caregivers and protect DACL programs from cuts. Seniors struggling to remain mentally engaged have a better opportunity to retain skills when they can reside in their homes with loved ones that have the capacity for long-term care. More targeted services are needed for the range of incomes to make full-time care more affordable. Caregivers need reliable home aides for consistent support of individuals with memory deficiencies and limited mobility. Consistency improves the quality of life for seniors with neurological disorders. Identifying long-term home aides is crucial to avoid the confusion caused frequently when there are so many caregivers coming in and out of the home. It's important for there to be consistency. It's critically important that caregiver support services are continued and are expanded to the appropriate level so that we can care for our vulnerable elderly. Trends indicate the need to expand the pool of qualified home aides that will be needed for DC's elderly community. I urge you to protect and invest in the vital caregiving and dementia support services that are essential to the well-being of the senior community. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Director Quattlebaum.
Good morning, Chairperson Bonds and members of the Executive Administration and Labor Committee and staff. My name is Dawn Quattlebaum, and I am the Chief Executive Officer of Seabury Resources for Aging. Thank you very much for the opportunity to present this testimony as part of the fiscal year 26 budget oversight hearing for the District of Columbia's Department of Aging and Community Living. This year marks Seabury's 101st anniversary as a nonprofit organization providing personalized, affordable housing and services to help older adults in the greater Washington, D.C. area live with independence and dignity. Seabury supports more than 6,000 older adults and family caregivers with comprehensive programming designed to help older adults remain safe, secure, and connected with good housing, good food, good community, and good resources. We work to end housing and food insecurity and to mitigate the negative physical, emotional, and mental impacts of social isolation. Our core programs provide affordable housing, care management, congregational resources, transportation, and nutritious meals to residents in our communities and for those aging in place. Our partnership with DACL makes a significant difference for the older adults we serve. Thank you to Director Hines and her DACL staff for their funding, support, and guidance. These essential programs include the Ward 5 and Ward 6 lead agencies. We promote social isolation, healthy practices, and eliminating food insecurity. Our community dining sites provide nutritious meals, but are also vital sources of information, engagement, education, and community. Seabury's Out and About LGBTQ+ elders together for fellowship, socialization, and support. And we were proud to host Silver Pride this year. Home First Residences provides much needed senior affordable housing for vulnerable populations, including those who were formerly homeless. Our Age in Place program supports older adults in wards 4, 5, and 6 through transformative volunteer service projects that help them stay in their own homes. Model City Senior Wellness Centers provide comprehensive programs, classes, and activities designed to promote active and healthy aging that includes the Older Blind program. There are no doubts that we are making a difference to step inside on any weekday where many of the 500+ registered members regularly gather to dance, exercise, play music, play games, learn languages, and take trips. We may serve lunch, but it is the members who feed one another with love and laughter. Transportation is frequently the secret sauce of senior services, and we are proud to be rebuilding our Seabury Connector program. We have seen firsthand how transportation services as a multiplier, connecting seniors to services, programming, rich experiences, and each other. We are working in unprecedented times and are navigating uncharted territory. The operational realm is filled with uncertainty. Our clients, participants, and members express no small amount of fear. However, I have every reason to believe that we will meet this challenge together, collaborating in a deliberate and strategic manner to uplift our essential mission, our workforce, our committed volunteers, and especially those we expertly serve. Founded in 1924, Seabury has persevered through the Great Depression, 2 world wars, profound cultural shifts, and dramatic changes in and around DC. Most recently, we met the needs of older people throughout the COVID pandemic that tragically affected our workforce and family members. Seabury's commitment to seniors is made possible through funding from sources including DACL, private donors, grants, foundations, and other government entities. And we thank DACL for their continued partnership. We ask the district to avoid any funding cuts that would threaten our ability to continue serving older adults and caregivers with the utmost professionalism and best practices we consider our standard. Maintaining our highly skilled and experienced staff will be critical to meeting the needs of older adults, and we only expect those needs to escalate in this volatile environment. The current political and budgetary climate may require us to do things differently, but this time calls for creativity and collaboration. But first and foremost, it calls for fortitude. We appreciate your continued support, Chairperson Bonds, and this committee as Seabury moves into its 2nd century and looks forward to our work with the Council of the District of Columbia, the DC Department of Aging and Community Living, and all of the partners we consider a part of our Seabury community. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you very much for your testimony. And I do have a few questions. For Seabury, you indicate that you provide affordable housing, care management, food resources, conjugate, and transportation and nutritional meals. In your conjugal resources, is that also activities? Would we find activities there?
So for congregational resources, that's not funded by DACL, but I just wanted to outline all of the services that we
Okay.
provide. And so
Okay.
we work with Episcopal and United Church of Christ congregations and their senior ministries to
All right.
enhance and support the older adults in those congregations.
All right, excellent, thank you. And so when we think about your program, you indicate that what do we provide? What does the government, what does DACL provide to your organization in the way of dollars? And how do you use them?
So the total is approximately 3.3 million from DACL. And I outlined the various programs. So it's the lead agencies in wards 5 and 6. We also have the LGBTQ plus program, Seabury Out and About, Home First Residences, which are the 3 homes in Northeast that are mostly formerly homeless seniors reside, as well as Model City Senior Wellness Center, the Age in Place program that provides light housekeeping and yard work in wards 4, 5, and 6. And then we're so appreciative that DACL also provides transportation funding. And so we provide transportation to Model City Senior Wellness Centers, some group trips, and then we also have some private contracts that we work with other organizations in the city to work with older adults.
All right. I think that's important for us to have on the record, the value of these dollars and how you spread them to your 6,000
Mhm.
adults and family caregivers. How many caregivers do you count within your 6,000?
I would say probably around 300 to 400.
Okay, that's great. And so this budget, 3.3, you're okay with that? You could make it with that?
We can make it with that, with no reductions.
No reduction, sorry. I know Iona is gonna speak to us about theirs soon too. All right. How many community dining sites do you maintain?
11, and 2
11.
of those are in senior wellness centers, wards 5 and 6.
And your LGBTQ program, is it separate from the other activities? I know at one time, the thought was that they needed their own attention, as at least some have said to me, from the LGBTQ community. Is that how, or are they part of the overall?
Some of them join all of our programs, but initially, I don't know if you recall that Seabury had all of the funding for LGBTQ+, and then most recently, DACL split that funding amongst other lead agencies, which I thought was a great idea. But there are some of those members that still continue to be with us. So I think that they like to have their own activities, and we do target that. But then we also invite them to other activities that we have that everyone is
All right.
invited to.
And what is your funding line for your LGBT programming?
I will have to get back to you on that.
Yes,
but
please.
I will,
And please, by mid next week.
absolutely.
All right, okay, that would be really helpful. Um, you're rebuilding the connector.
I
Tell
knew-
me,
I
tell
knew-
us
I knew you
about
were gonna
that.
highlight that. So we now just have 4 vehicles. These are Seaberries that we own. Previously, when we had Seaberry Connector with the larger grant with DACL, the vehicles were owned by the district. And so we are providing some private transportation as well as group trips. And we're also providing grocery shuttles as well for a local nonprofit. So we're rebuilding that program. We've hired a director and some other staff. We also have a large grant from the Metropolitan Council of Governments. We'll be getting a new vehicle soon to expand our fleet. So we're very excited about it, but we're starting small, but we know that there's a need for transportation. We do it well. We know how to do it. And so we've just started that back up.
If I remember correctly, I think you kind of invented it. I remember the days when our senior community was saying, do not touch our connector. We need our vehicles. And we all understand the value of transportation now. So thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Your grocery shuttles, are they used in the wards 4, 5, and 6, or how are they used?
No, we are working with East River. We're so thankful to partner with them. And we'd love to partner with more people. And so we provide those grocery shuttles in Ward 7 and 8.
Okay, so if you were to come up with maybe 2 or 3 additional vehicles, would you have the driver capacity to operate them so you could expand?
We would have to hire a few, but I don't think that would be a problem.
Okay. All right. I'm obviously pipe dreaming here this
I'm
morning,
with you. I'm with
but
you.
I think we have to start dealing with the real needs of our community. And so that's where I'm coming from. We do a lot of things in this government, but our senior community, they can't wait another 5, 6 years. They need it now. And that's where I'm coming from. So trying to get for us what we can get at this time. So I appreciate that. Thank you so much
I
for that.
appreciate you. Thank you.
Um, so what is the estimated dollar value of your meals program? That would be helpful too,
I will send that to you
if you
as
can
well.
get us that.
Yes,
Yes, thank you.
thank you.
Let me ask you hypothetically, what if we had an opportunity to sort of switch up meals a little, maybe every month, a week of meals could be at a restaurant? Would we be able to do that through your lead agency activities to get those patrons to, let's say, one restaurant that would for that week have meals, just a little variety, a little dignity, a little specialty.
That would be special, but I think we would also need transportation to partner with that. If you're
Okay.
going
Would you
outside of,
have the capacity?
not for the entire city at this point.
No,
but
just, I'm thinking just your
So-
lead
so just the lead
agency area.
agencies.
Yeah.
That's a possibility.
All right. Would you also write to me and let me know about that possibility and whether or not it would make sense
Mhm.
so we can
Of course.
figure out how we can do this? Add a little jazz to the process. Take that. Miss Love, you are very concerned about the caregiver process. And the giver process from the perspective of home aides that you say you want consistency, stability. Are you suggesting, tell me what you mean when you say that? How do you see that program being enhanced or working better?
Well, ideally, the family, the recipient of the service would have the same person working with them on a regular basis versus so many rotating people that can be, very confusing. It can frankly limit their ability to be cooperative. But I believe part of the limitation is, whether or not there's enough volume.
Volume of those who would be the substitute caregivers, so to speak.
Yes, skilled.
The home aides.
Skilled home aides.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much for that. Ms. Turner, you've given us some goals to aspire to. We'll work on those. Making sure that that we can keep all of what you have articulated that's in the budget. And again, this transportation issue, we've already figured out what we're doing with Seabury. So I'm going to hear from Iona House and the others, and they're going to tell me how they're going to do it as well. But I
Okay.
think it should be a citywide approach so
Yes.
that everyone has an opportunity. And of course, Vita has a unique situation because they gather up people from all around.
Mhm.
And so I know that their transportation need is important too. So I haven't forgotten that. But thank you. Thank you very, very much for your testimony.
Thank
Please
you.
make sure I get your testimony in writing so it can be a part of the record for all of our witnesses today. That's very important. And I believe our record closes June 25th. So I need your information, your testimony by June 25th. Your June 25th. And of course, Attorney Holmes, I hear you. 110, that's, that's an absolute.
We
Good need.
absolutely need at least $110,000 to keep that attorney providing services. And already, I will say that our seniors call in, and they don't always get through because we have such a high volume of callers. We have a policy of giving a call back within 2 days um, for them to have an appointment. So they would call in, we go through the process of intake, and then we give them an appointment so that they know when somebody will be calling them back. After a short while, those slots get filled, and um, then we have to close the line. We can't take any more because we want to make sure that we can serve the people who are calling in. So if we have an attorney, then there are additional slots.
So are you seeing a sudden increase in the number of calls that you're getting, or has it just been gradually increasing as the district's population gradually matures?
I think it is a combination of the population maturing and there being issues that they have to resolve. Things are changing and they're getting more complicated oftentimes. And so not only do we have to take care of the callers that are coming in, their problems are more complex. And so we in the past may have been able to take care of a client's problem very quickly. Now sometimes it's taking longer to take care of that problem because they're much more complex.
What are some of the issues that stand out? Maybe the top 3 or 4 that you get calls on?
Well, we get a lot of calls on housing. Housing is really critically important. We want to make sure that all of our seniors are housed. And, you know, I heard on the radio this morning on my way in that among the senior population, they are not housing secure as they were in the past. And so because of that, in fact, I asked somebody on my staff to take a listen to the program 1A today to hear more about what the problems are that seniors are encountering when it comes to housing. So that is one of the things that we hear a lot about. We hear, you know, there is such a variety. Public benefits is a concern. So we try to make sure that we help them. Sometimes they're in a position where we're able to give them one of our staff attorneys, depending upon the nature of their case, for extended representation. Sometimes we give them the information where they can help themselves. So that is another difficulty. We're also seeing, unfortunately, a lot of fraud. Seniors are being taken advantage of. So we want to be able to provide them with the resources to take care of themselves or for us to help take care of them.
All right. Well, we all know that within DACL's organization, Adult Protective Services is housed. And so I wondered if there were any increases, or is it pretty much moderate? Any calls related to senior abuse? I mean, I guess you're considering fraud as being a
Well, right.
part of it.
Right. Fraud is definitely part of abuse. So there's, you know, the physical abuse, there's the emotional abuse. We see that. We try to make sure that we are taking care of the client's needs. We try to connect them with the right resources. We don't want them to be put into the situation, particularly whenever there are individuals who are with family members. Sometimes the family members are sometimes the source of the abuse. We do not want to go against their wishes. So we're not a reporter on the legal team. We're not a reporter.
So how do you handle those kinds of or do you have enough of those cases to even be descriptive as to how
Well, we will,
protocol you would use?
depending upon the nature of the case, we will seek a protective order to displace the other person who's causing the abuse. But we work with the client to make sure that their wishes are, you know, of the highest concern. We take our direction from our clients.
All right. Well, thank you. Thank you very much for that. Thank you again to this panel, and I'm sure I'll be seeing you in the next few weeks. And thank you for all that you do. Thank you so much. Now we'll have Mr. Branch from the East River Family Strengthening Collaborative, Edwada Safaram, Alex Samuels, Adam Islander, John Bang. I see one. Thank you. Phyllis Green, Ricky Brown, Dante O'Hara, Sharon White, all right. We will start with you, Mr. Branch. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson Bonds and members of the Committee on Executive Administration and Labor. My name is Rahman Branch, and I serve as the Chief Executive Officer for East River Family Strengthening Collaborative. It's an honor to share my experience and perspective of services provided to seniors residing in this region. I would like to thank Director Sharon Hines of the Department of Aging and Community Living and her team for providing funding that allows our agency to continue to deliver services to decrease social isolation and hunger in wards 1, 7, and 8. East River Family Strengthening Collaborative is a grantee for Ward 1, 7, and 8 lead agencies. After a successful first year partnering with the Department of Aging and Community Living to manage the Ward 1 lead agency, we received an award to be the full grantee for fiscal year 2025. This achievement has led to the management of 5 community dining sites for seniors in the ward and provide nutritional programming and outreach for Ward 1 residents. We're also the grantee for 2 senior wellness centers, the Washington Senior Wellness Center in Ward 7 and the Bernice Fontenot Senior Wellness Center in Ward 1. We provided services thus far this fiscal year to over 4,000 seniors, to include participation in our community dining sites, our nutrition programs, outreach events, care coordination, transportation, and reassurance calls. I appreciate Mayor Bowser and the council's continued support of DACL and the district seniors. The funding received has helped seniors to continue to age in place and live boldly. The funding has allowed seniors to engage in recreational activities, health promotion, physical fitness, and receive daily nutritious meals at any of the 15 friendship cafes across all 3 wards. Additional services we provide are chef demonstrations to include a recipe bag for food tasting, planned grocery store trips to assist with shopping, nutrition, education presentations, and group mental health counseling sessions. The in-person support groups held in the community at various senior buildings are led by a licensed mental health professional, and we've introduced robotic pet therapy via Dogs and Cats for Seniors. We continue to provide reassurance calls to isolated and homebound seniors. Each senior receives a call weekly and can be connected to services to assist seniors to age in place. We also continue to provide outreach events and activities to engage out-of-network seniors, to include pop-ups, large ward-wide events, grocery delivery, and flash tables. Our care coordination team continues to partner with the Department of Aging and Community Living. The social work team there provides short-term case management services to our seniors to include utility assistance, medical and food stamp applications, and prescription delivery and/or medical appointments. We continue to manage the citywide deaf and hard of hearing program, offering over-the-counter hearing aids, safety equipment, and a 4-hour program providing American Sign Language classes. East River Family Strengthening Collaborative was awarded the grants for Ward 1, 7, and 8 lead agency, and we're advocating to maintain those budgets without decrease to continue the much-needed services to seniors. The lead agencies are so vital within the district as they offer community-based locations for seniors to reach out, to receive an array of services, and the ability to make quick and reliable connections for available resources. With the budget provided in the prior fiscal year, we've been able to maintain a great team to implement these services without disruption. We thank Director Hines for working to maintain the current funding and services provided to the lead agencies that are essential to the residents in all 3 wards. We're grateful to all the community leaders who partner with us and assist in providing resources to Ward 1, 7, and 8. Thank you, Councilmember Bonds and the Committee on Executive Administration and Labor for your dedication to improving the lives of seniors and the residents of the District of Columbia. And thank you, Director Hines, for continuing to support the team with guidance and support.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Mr. Parks?
Morning, Chairperson Bonds. It's a privilege to be here with you. My name is June Bang, CEAL of Iona Senior Services. I want to thank you for your leadership, your care for our city's older residents, and your support for Iona's programs. Within the past 3 years, Iona has become the senior service lead agency for wards 2, 3, and 4. Our strong partnership with Director Hines and the DC Department on Aging and Community Living allows us to provide over 13 programs to over 2,300 individuals every day throughout wards 2, 3, and 4, and to over 4,000 people across the region. I'm very thankful for Director Hines and the support we receive from the DACL team. Because of this important partnership, Iona serves over 75,000 meals to food insecure older adults, offers over 5,000 activities and classes through around town DC and at our community dining sites to help foster belonging, community, and lifelong learning. Across all 8 wards, our dementia navigators are dedicated to assisting individuals aging with dementia in accessing the care they need. Notably, the highest concentration of these services is provided in wards 5 and 8, where the need is most acute. I recognize that our city will need to make difficult decisions because of the challenges posed by budget constraints. For that reason, I want to tell you about Mrs. Woods. She's a 72-year-old single adult living in DC with no family or friends. Her frailty often leads to multiple health challenges, including recurrent falls, leaving her with bruises and injuries. She struggles to manage her medications, and on top of that is living with dementia. Mrs. Jones's condition is becoming more common in the nation's capital, as more than 74% of our older adults are living alone, and more than 15,000 older individuals are estimated to be living with dementia in our city. When our staff found out that Mrs. Woods was no longer allowed to live at her current residence, a medical professional expressed concern that she would get lost in the system. And we know now through data that 40% of the individuals experiencing homelessness are in fact over the age of 55, our older neighbors in the city. Iona staff began advocating on behalf of Mrs. Woods for appropriate medical care and housing. She was in and out of DC hospital emergency rooms, taken to homeless shelters, was found wandering the city while having multiple interactions with hospital staff, police officers, and EMS. Iona's dementia navigators followed Mrs. Woods' progress in and out of hospitals, advocating for a higher level of care at every stage, retelling her story repeatedly to medical professionals and law enforcement. Each one of them had the same questions of our staff. Why doesn't she have a caregiver? Like many older adults in DC, Mrs. Woods has little to no social support system outside of their physical and mental health providers. There has always been and continues to be a critical need for an intensive, community-based long-term care navigation system for people with cognitive impairments. And our dementia navigators are the solution to this growing need for our most vulnerable older adults. Because of our dementia navigators, Mrs. Woods is now in a safe, skilled nursing facility with around-the-clock care. If Iona's dementia navigators had not intervened, Mrs. Woods would be on the streets, in a shelter, or continuing to experience repeated hospitalizations, which would have undoubtedly led to a far devastating outcome. Mrs. Woods' experience reflects the harsh realities confronting thousands of our most vulnerable older neighbors in Washington, D.C. I'm very thankful that Iona will receive some funding for a Dementia Navigator program, but I am also very concerned that without the enhancement we received in fiscal year 25, it will reduce our capacity to serve older adults who need our help in fiscal year 26. Attached to my testimony are letters from the Alzheimer's Association and AARP expressing support for Iona's Dementia Navigator program. Thank you for your leadership in the city and the opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bang, for your testimony, and we'll be examining that. Next, we'll go to you. Ms. White, is that correct?
That is
All
correct.
right, all
Thank you.
right, thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson Bonds and members of the committee. My name is Sharon E. White, and I am a member of the Greater Brooklyn Intergenerational Village, or GBIV for short. I live in Ward 5 and have resided in Washington, D.C. since 2014. Aging well in our community means having access to the opportunities, services, and supports needed to stay active, connected, and engaged. As a member of GBIV since 2021 and a board member since 2023, I have participated in and benefited from the following services and activities. For health and nutrition, I enjoy bi-weekly yoga classes, mindfulness and meditation sessions, fall forest bathing at the National Arboretum, and have learned about healthy eating from heart wellness classes with Dr. Yu. For social activities, I've attended private home concerts in the neighborhood, book author talks from local authors, art classes, taken a stroll through the National Arboretum, and acquired planting tips and other gardening groups. I attended classes about how to lower my property taxes and how to detect scams and frauds on the internet. On one occasion, I had the opportunity to visit the Washington, D.C. Congressional Cemetery to learn about death doulas, estate planning, and how to write my obituary, something I wouldn't normally consider doing so soon. I also have had a very touching personal experience through GBIV. In 2023, I learned about a program entitled Sages and Seekers. This is a program where an older person or sage is matched up with a high schooler or college student, a seeker, to share our life experiences. After a lengthy interview, I was matched up with a young man who attends UCLA. I connected with him instantly and found out that we both have a love of vocal music and traveling in common. At the end of the 8 sessions, he publicly shared aloud with the entire group of sages and seekers a very touching tribute to me. It was that moving incident that brought tears to my eyes, and I continue to keep this tribute for all to see. It's no doubt that our connection happened when I truly needed it the most. In conclusion, I'm grateful that DACL has provided funding to villages in DC since 2016, and we hope that partnership will continue. I hope that funding for villages will remain the same or increase in fiscal year 26 due to the important role that villages play in ensuring older adults like me can remain active and supported in the communities where they live. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your testimony.
Welcome.
Mr. Brown? Yes, please.
Good morning, Chairman Bonds, committee members, and DC residents. My name is Ricky Brown, Dining Site Recreation Manager, North Capitol Plymouth Independent Living Facility. We are a community with a focus on food, nutrition, health, wellness, and social interaction. Our site offers essential socialization, exercise, and other engaging activities for our senior residents. We urge DACL and the mayor's office to continue examining innovative ways to expand and increase programs and service for the senior community. The expansion of such programs allows older adults to live independently in their homes and neighborhoods. Additionally, we would like to commend Seabury Resources for Aging and Department of Aging and Community Living for their quest to expand safe at home programs, support for all seniors, maintaining current funding levels, transportation options, and all activities focused on senior isolation, physical fitness, and other programs. Their overall performance as senior service providers has made DC one of the top areas for aging in place and senior activity. Therefore, our collective hats go off to both Director Hines and Don Quattlebaum, Chief Executive Officer of Seabury Resource for Aging, for their efforts. Lastly, our seniors, we have created a community where we care and look out for one another. We coordinate trips and bring in subject matter experts to educate us on a variety of issues and subjects. This help keeps us sharp and informed about what's going on. Thank you for the opportunity to provide these comments.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I just have a few questions. Mr. Brown, what is the name of your program again? At Plymouth. At Plymouth, okay. All right, I know a little bit about that program. Years ago, when we had turkeys for Thanksgiving, your location was one that received turkeys, just so you know. I don't know if you were there then.
No, it was not.
Okay.
Now we have to go pick up our turkeys.
Oh. How does that work? Is it easier or?
Well, it gives the seniors an opportunity to get out,
Okay,
and that's a good thing.
all right, I'll
So
remember
all the
that.
time, they have to keep moving.
All right, so going to a location and picking up your turkey is better than having someone to deliver bunches of turkeys to your building, and then all you have to do is come down and get it, but you want to come out and, or would
Well-
you prefer to have the opportunity to actually go shopping for your turkey and the fixings at Thanksgiving time?
Well, they have that opportunity. We do our grocery shopping.
Okay, and it works very nicely.
In fact, some of the seniors, they'd rather get their own turkeys. They don't want turkeys provided. No,
All right, thank you.
they're very
That's
independent.
all right. That's very important, because so frequently it's easy to just lump all of us into the same box, and we come in a variety just like the rest of society. So I appreciate hearing that. That's very important. Very, very important. And so you are in Ward 4. Ward 5. All right, you're in Ward 5. Brooklyn.
Yes.
All right,
Brooklyn.
Brooklyn. Great testimony of the services and the activity
Thank
you
you.
encountered. Thank you for
Thank you.
putting that on the record. So important.
Yes.
Yes. Mr. Bang, will we get your written testimony? I don't think we have it yet.
Yes, ma'am. I'll
Okay.
submit it by tomorrow.
All right, that's very important.
Yep.
It sounds like your, the Iona House is focused primarily on dementia services.
It's one of our specialties,
Okay.
in addition to addressing food insecurity and isolation.
Okay. When we talk about food insecurity, you indicated that you have 4,000 members now.
Mhm.
Are the 4,000 taking advantage of the food programs, the conjugate meals locations? Or when we talk about 4,000, is everyone engaged in the programming?
Mhm. Not every,
All of the programming is what
Right.
I'm really getting to.
not everyone is, not every member who receives our services is a part of our food security program, but and I can, I have the stats with me, broken out by ward, and so I can provide that for you when I submit my testimony as well.
Oh, yes, please do. And I'll get it in the next few days, I hope.
Yes.
All right,
absolutely.
please do. So at this time, you're happy with all of the dollars that you have flowing into Iona House and you have no needs. You just wanted to tell us everything was moving forward, correct?
Well, yes, and during my testimony, I shared about the importance of the Dementia Navigator program, and we received an enhancement this year. And that allows us to reach more people who I consider to be the most vulnerable in our district. And so without that enhancement going into fiscal year 26, it's going to reduce our capacity to meet their needs.
And what is the value of the enhancement?
250,000.
Okay. And so you see for FY 26 needing the same amount or more or less?
Well, in order for us to continue the volume of services and the quality of services that we're currently providing, we would need the funding we received this year to continue. But then again, I think when we consider the fact that if DC were a state, we would rank the highest in the nation for the prevalence of dementia. There's a growing need. And this is not just me speaking on behalf of the organization, but I think we need more services in the district to support people who are living with dementia.
Okay. So 250 and more if there were, because you see the need and you believe you would have the clientele that could take advantage of it.
That's correct. Yes.
This is a budget hearing, so I have to ask secret numbers, secret sauce numbers. It's public dollars, so I gotta put it on the record, what we're talking about. And I know it's hard, and I know it's hard to do an estimate, especially when you're knee deep in the work and you know that you will need more, but how do you really estimate it? But you know, the budget is ironclad, so I gotta have some numbers. So if you have some, if the light bulb goes on and you can come up with, I really need to know that. I'm making a lot of promises today because I really plan on fulfilling them. Okay. That's how I'm operating. Okay. Wish me well, please. I just cannot imagine that we would shortchange our senior population. I just, in my heart, I cannot envision that we would do that. So I'm stepping out on faith that we're going to come up with what we need. Okay. Be there with me, please.
Thank you.
This is serious business for us. Mr. Branch, I know you've got some needs too. Because you have a growing population.
Yeah, as you said earlier, it continues to grow.
Yeah. So you're gonna send me a little note and tell me what programs are growing. where you have where you really feel the need as well.
Definitely will. Definitely.
Okay.
Well, right now, I think the biggest push is to make sure that funding doesn't decrease.
Okay.
That's a huge, like, concern. But yeah, we can definitely forward something to you.
Okay. No decreases. Put it
Absolutely.
on your paper. Got that.
Absolutely.
All right. Well, thank you all so very, very much. And only Mr. Brown he knows he's going to have what he needs. And we appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thank you all. But they didn't respond. Yeah. Our next panel, Charles Turner. Hmm? Okay. You now. Oh, no, that wasn't Charles Turner. Raina Jordan, who is here on behalf of Sibley Memorial Hospital. So I'm very sure we are going to hear about the Alzheimer's program. Joyce Thompson and Harold Valentine. Mr. Valentine, I haven't seen you in many, many, many moons. It's a delight to see you. Thank you for being here. For those who are listening, Mr. Valentine was one of my trainers. That's the way I looked at it back in the day when we were talking about housing and meeting community needs. Don't get him started on housing. He knows all about it, believe me, he really does. And we can take one more, Stephanie Robinson. Ms. Robinson, join us. And we will begin with Ms. Jordan, who is very familiar with this building, a government structure, and how to get things done.
Thank you very much.
Indeed.
Good morning, Chairwoman Bonds and members of the committee. My name is Raina Jordan, and I'm the Director of Government Affairs for Sibley Memorial Hospital, a member of Johns Hopkins Medicine. I am testifying on behalf of Sharon Sellers, the Assistant Director of Community Health for Sibley. Today, I will share how we partner with DACL to care for our aging population, especially those living with Alzheimer's, and explain how we can address unmet needs. Across all 8 wards, our community dementia program, Club Memory, serves over 900 seniors and 160 care partners of persons living with Alzheimer's disease and other related dementias. Our members say that we reduce their social isolation and make them feel connected to a community. With us, they learn how to take care of their physical and mental health and have fun at the same time. We are proud to share that Club Memory attendance has increased 30% beyond pre-pandemic levels using our hybrid program of both an in-person and virtual sessions. At our senior wellness centers, we are offering the program with the highest attendance. Thanks to funding provided by DACL, we have reached 920 members across 6 senior wellness centers and 5 churches through in-person programming, bi-monthly mailings, weekly phone calls, emails, and virtual meetings. 42% of those individuals reside in Ward 7 and 8. We are incredibly proud of what we've accomplished so far, but we want to do more. The overall prevalence of dementia among adults 65 and older in DC is 13%. This translates to over 10,000 DC residents with dementia and 14,000 people providing daily care to those individuals. We are constantly asked by our faith-based communities to start a Club Memory program and an Alzheimer's support group at their site. While we are incredibly thankful for the funding we've received so far, we know that additional funding could increase our reach. For example, An additional $250,000 could start 10 new Alzheimer's support groups, including those to support Spanish-speaking care partners, extend our Club Memory program to 5 additional faith-based partners, reaching at least 150 more seniors in marginalized communities, increase the number of memory screenings by 50%. We could target at least 50 additional seniors living alone who are experiencing changes in their memory. We could train 15 DC Village volunteers to recognize cognitive decline, and we can increase the number of weekly reassuring phone calls to seniors, as well as provide additional community presentations. I want to conclude by saying we applaud DACL for both its partnership and for the amazing work it does in the community. Without them, this would not be possible. Sibley's Club Memory Program has served the community since 2011, and we look forward to continuing to do so. Thank you so much for your time, and we are ready to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your testimony. And now we're going to hear from, we'll hear from you, but I was hoping I could find your name.
Joyce Thompson.
Joyce
I'm
Thompson.
sorry.
Ms. Thompson.
Yeah.
Yes, please.
Good morning, Chairperson Bonds and members of the committee. My name is Joyce A. Thompson, and I am a lifetime Ward 8 resident, a graduate of Frank W. Ballou Senior High School, a member of the Congress Heights Senior Wellness Center, a graduate of the University of the District of Columbia, a member of the Temple of Praise Church, a care partner, caregiver, and a dementia support associate at Sibley Memorial Hospital, a member of Johns Hopkins Medicine. In 2011, my sweet mama was diagnosed with Alzheimer's disease. Hearing those words bring about a lot of things, but they don't necessarily come with clear-cut instructions or understanding of how one should proceed on this journey. It was a godsend when Marty Bailey of Sibley Memorial Hospital presented Club Memory to the Congress Heights Senior Wellness Center on September the 30th, 2014. I immediately knew this was just what the doctor ordered, and more importantly, what we needed. It was hard watching my mother change from being the heartbeat of her family and well put together independent woman to becoming dependent on others to carry out her basic activities of daily living. Participating in Club Memory provided a social outlet and safe haven for my mom. She barely said 2 words the whole time we were there, but looked forward to attending. She would ask, "Are we going to that thing at the center?" as her voice and face lit up in anticipation. Club Memory served as a handholder for me. At every juncture of the disease, they were there encouraging me along the way. The Club Memory staff faithfully called to remind us of the meetings. The calls didn't stop when Mama became bedridden. They continued to check in on us, even encouraging me and my family to attend the evening support group and the Journey to Hope conference. The beauty of Club Memory is the fact that they get it. They understand your emotions, the fear, frustration, joy, sadness, and everything in between. Club Memory doesn't stop at understanding. They help you understand. They meet you where you are. The Club Memory staff navigate pitfalls and share helpful resources. There's a lot of online information available, but overwhelmed families in the throes of watching a loved one take on a new norm aren't always receptive to printed media that isn't coupled with hand-holding. I could go on for days because our family isn't the only one affected by this disease. People need help and don't know where to get it. Club Memory is indeed a worthwhile investment. My sweet mama passed away on September the 7th, 2018. Caring for her afforded me the opportunity to work with Club Memory in a professional capacity. I am what I like to call a product of the product. I get to make a difference by calling the Club Memory participants. I check to see if they're doing okay, remind them of Club Memory sessions, and inform them of Club Memory care partner support groups if needed. It is indeed a pleasure and an honor to share with those that are now where I once was. Some members rely on check-in calls for socialization and encouragement through some of their more difficult challenges. We bond as a village and encourage each other during our club memory sessions. Continuing to fund club memory is a win-win for everyone involved. The club memory staff aren't just employees. They are called to this work. You won't find a more dedicated team who provide excellent and compassionate care every person, every time. Thank you for allowing Club Memory to continue this great work.
Thank you very much for your testimony. And now, Ms. Robinson, yes.
Thank you. Good morning, Councilmember Bonds and committee members. I'm Stephanie Robinson, a senior and an active member of the Ward 5 Model City Senior Wellness Center. I'm here to just briefly speak on the issues of social isolation and food insecurity and advocacy for our Model City seniors and our DC seniors. So thank you for the opportunity to testify today. Today, as I did back in 2024, I asked that the District of Columbia, DACL, and Seabury Resources for Aging be even more accountable to seniors by ensuring more nutritious meals are provided to us. We just ask that you fulfill your stated commitment that you made in the 2024-2027 State Plan on Aging to ensure that seniors are aged with important services that include nutrition programs that will help us age and live boldly. In DC, our seniors face significant challenges with both food insecurity and social isolation, and DACL plays a very key role in helping to address those issues. We understand that. So it's essential that DACL continue to receive sufficient funds in order to focus on providing services and support to seniors, including nutritional assistance, social engagement programs, and other resources for maintaining our independence as we age. Our Model City Senior Wellness Center maintains a very robust membership population. We have over 600 seniors on our rolls. Model Cities diligently works to help us maintain active lifestyles and diminish the impact of social isolation. We have an extremely active senior population at Model Cities. We come together daily and weekly for exercise, dance, computer classes, card games, bingo, and other activities, as well as decent workshops that detail how we can continue to live our active lifestyle. So today, we just ask that DACL continue to focus resources for these social engagement programs and opportunities to help our seniors avoid being home alone. As far as the issue of food insecurity, we all understand that for some seniors, lunch at a community dining center or a home-delivered meal may be the only hot meal that they receive that day. And Washington, D.C. has one of the highest rates of food insecurity among seniors in this nation, with nearly 14% of seniors experiencing food insecurity. The issue of healthy food is particularly challenging for seniors living on fixed incomes, struggling to afford essential needs like housing, medical care, and food. A substantial portion of DC seniors don't always know where their next meal is going to come from. So it's important, it's essential for meals that are funded by DACL and community dining sites or home-delivered meals to be the most nutritious they could be, to help seniors perhaps ward off some health challenges and impact their overall well-being. At a minimum, a nutritious hot meal a day can help seniors on their road to being active and have a healthy lifestyle. However, we have to be cautious when it comes to the nutritional value in our meals. Meals cannot be loaded with sodium and sugars. Back in 2024, I provided testimony that our seniors complained quite a bit about the high calorie content and the excessive amounts of sodium in so many of our meals and our lunches served at Model Cities. And today, I have to say, our meals are still too high in sodium, too high in cholesterol, filled with too many carbs, and we receive processed fruits and sugary yogurts. Instead of processed fruits, we would prefer fresh fruit choices. Also, we'd like to be provided not just a menu of listing what we're eating, but we also would like to know the nutritional facts and the ingredients for what those foods contain. Also at Model Cities, we have a number of seniors, and I'm one of those, who are committed to eating a more plant-based diet. And we'd like to have a better selection of natural food choices. Our vegetarian seniors would like meals with, yes, more vegetables, fruits, whole grains, instead of processed meat substitutes. We have vegetarian meals that contain meat substitutes that are totally unrecognizable. So we at Model Cities that consume those meals, we've labeled those meats that we can't identify as mystery meat. We constantly question what the nutritional value is in those meat substitutes. Even we've talked to our nutritionists who spoke with Seabury staff to specifically request perhaps beans, chickpeas, or some other natural healthy meat substitute be served in our vegetarian meals rather than mystery meat. Yet we still continue to receive mystery meats in our vegetarian meals. One point I'd like to make, back in October, the organization Senior Speaking Out and Up, which is known as SO, we conducted a survey at Model Cities to determine what seniors identify as their priorities for their overall well-being. And nutrition and food was the #1 priority. So if nutrition and food are the top concern for us as seniors, we ask that nutrition and food also be the #1 priority for the District of Columbia that's serving us our meals. In closing, we just ask that DC continue to sufficiently fund senior programs that help maintain and promote good nutrition and health, while at the same time elevating our social connections and social inclusion. Help our seniors continue to live healthy, active, and boldly. Councilmember Bonds, first of all, I thank you for your commitment and your support of our seniors. And I just ask that you continue to make us a priority. Thank you for this opportunity to share our concerns and experiences before you today. And I'm with you. I'm wishing you well on your promises that you're making today. And I am definitely keeping the faith. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Mr. Valentine?
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the Committee on Housing and Neighborhood Revitalization. My name is Harold Valentine, and I'm a resident of Ward 2 in the Shore area, Washington, D.C., and a longtime member of the Bernice Fontenot Senior Wellness Center located in Ward 1. I've been an active participant in the Club Memory Program since its inception. First, let me say that I sincerely support the DC Department of Aging and Community Living in its mission of providing services to seniors, especially the Club Memory Program. Personally, Madam Chair, I'm a walking testimony to the fact that Club Memory does work, especially in my life. The seniors who reside in Ward 2, 5, and 6 could benefit greatly from a Club Memory Program. The Kennedy Recreation Center, which is located in Ward 6, desperately need a Club Memory Program. I'm aware, Madam Chair, that in order to accomplish this, there must be additional money. Therefore, I'm asking for an increase in the budget of the Department of Aging and Community Living and an increase in funding for the Club Memory Program to allow greater expansion in the Shaw area. I would like to say also, Madam Chair, that over the last several years, I've advocated for a senior wellness center or club memory program in the greater Shaw community. We have about 6 or 7 senior apartment buildings located within a 400-yard radius. And if we had a club memory program or a senior wellness center type, we wouldn't need to worry about transportation or going out of our ward to attend senior activities. So that's a part of my ongoing process as we move towards fiscal 26. I'm so much of an advocate for the club member program, Madam Chair, because I know what it has done for me over the years. I've seen great growth each year in the club member program, especially at the Bernice Fontenot Center in Ward 1. I think people are beginning to become honest with themselves and admit that they are having shortcomings in their memory. They feel relaxed and secure in the club memory program atmosphere because it feels like family. The socialization that happens has caused all of us to come out of our shells and feel comfortable discussing our concerns. There is an unconditional acceptance of all members of the club memory program. My memory was recently refreshed by my participation in the club memory program. I uncovered a documented at home from 1979 that reminded me of my activism some 40 years ago. And this activism took place at the Kennesaw apartment building at 16th and Urban Street. We advocated for the co-op program, cooperative housing program during that particular time. Former chairman of the council, Dave Clark, would come by and encourage us to keep it on. So I know club memory does work, and I'm here today to say, let's keep on working.
Thank you very much, Mr. Valentine, for giving that point of history. A very effective program, but like you said, you had to fight for it.
Definitely.
And thank you very much
You're
for,
welcome.
yeah, I try every now and then to remind people of, the pieces of history that I can recall and stuff that's been told to me so that we'll have a continuing of this rich history of this community.
All right, thank you.
Yeah. We need your help with a few co-ops now, so I'll be talking to you.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
I'm struggling that people are having. Thank you very much. Thank you to your for your testimony and as it relates to Sibley Hospital and that program, the club memory, that's what you're mostly interested in. What I need, it seems to me, we have to start talking about the number of people that we are able to serve. And with the current club memory across the city, how many individuals do you have, customers do you have in those programs?
We have over 900 individuals who are in the Club Memory Program. I think it's approximately 920 right now.
All right. And your current budget is?
We receive about $504,000 from DACL for Club Memory.
And, okay, so I think you indicated 10 new support groups, 5 faith-based groups. So with 10 new support groups, what is the size of each group? Is it 10, 15 people, or does it vary?
I don't know.
The size of the groups vary. So they are also targeted. So you have some support groups that are for our caregivers. Some caregivers of Alzheimer's patients or family members. Groups that are located at our different faith-based organizations. We really just want to make sure that we're meeting people where they are. And particularly, I just want to point out with that 920 number, you also have our 160 caregivers who are supported within that as well. Because we understand, as we've heard today, it's a community who is taking care of these individuals. And so we want to make sure that we're not only showing up for the individuals who are having the experience, but those who are supporting that individual.
And so how are the caregivers organized? Do they attend the memory circle meetings? Or is there a separate kind of structure for the caregivers?
They have separate support groups for caregivers. So some caregivers may attend a regular club memory session, but they have groups that are just for the caregiver so that they can concentrate on their needs and not be concerned about their loved one at that moment.
All right. Ms. Robinson, do we have a memory circle or circle?
At Model Cities, yes, we
Yes.
do. They come on the
Okay.
third Thursday of the month. Excuse me.
Excellent.
And I have to just echo what the other lady said. It is a fun experience, it's a great experience, it's very helpful, and it does help jog your memory. We have a great time. The third Thursday of the month, yes,
So it's just once a month.
that they're in person. Otherwise, it's
Virtual
on
every other week.
virtually.
Or-
Yes,
or
All
every
right,
other
okay.
weekend.
they make
all
their
right.
rounds.
Okay.
Thank you.
Great. So, Mr. Valentine, what do you have in mind when you say you need club memory in Ward 2? And in this particular area where you have these apartment buildings, yes.
One of the problems, Madam Chair, is transportation. We have Lincoln Westmoreland, Asbury, United House of Prayer, Good Hope. Those are senior apartment buildings. And we have another at 7th and P Street, a brand new senior building. These seniors are not aware of the services that Club Memory offer or a senior wellness center offer. Two years ago, prior to the right after the pandemic, we had started a robust senior program at the Kennedy Recreation Center. But the mayor had other priorities with the homeless and et cetera coming in, to give them services.
Remember.
But the seniors would constantly ask me, Mr. Valentine, when are we going to have a club memory program or a senior wellness program in Shaw? And I would say, well, it's being worked on by Department of Aging and Community Living. I'm glad I came today because I didn't want to get off script. I wanted to, be focused on what we're talking about. But I definitely want to push the Office on Aging and the mayor's office, et cetera, to locate a senior center in Shaw. We have Bradford City on one corner, we have the Kennedy Recreation Center on the other corner, and we have hundreds and hundreds of seniors saying, where do I go? I can't take a young lady from the transportation agency, I forget it. He's over here.
Ms. Quattlebaum.
Yes. Seabury. Seabury would pick us up several years ago, but now we're having problems with the seniors in Shaw, saying, I can't get to these places. I can't get to our owner house. We need a senior wellness center club memory program in Shaw, the center of Shaw. And that's something I'm pushing for. And I know I'm getting old, but I'm going to continue to say, look, I support Bernice Fontenot, I support I own a house, I can support, but the bottom line is we need something, that we can walk to. And this is what I'm lobbying for at this point in time.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that. And I'm very, as you know, very familiar with that area.
Yes.
And the buildings that you have described. I'm just wondering whether or not we can look to one of the churches that may have space. I don't know if you talked to.
Shiloh or the House of Prayer. I'm gonna reach out to the United House of Prayer. We did it. We have a program at Shiloh once a week. But the bottom line is that a lot of the seniors would love to have a senior program that they can go to on a
Every
daily-
day.
Yes.
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 We have a few new buildings there in that vicinity. You might be able to find
I
something.
forgot that. Yes, we do.
Yeah,
Yes.
I think everyone wants to give back. And those that have much might want to give to those of us who have little.
Thank you. I'm gonna reach out to that.
Yeah, let's try that and see. Because the timeline for creating a center is 3-4 years, you know. Meanwhile, I want you to have a robust life.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that.
Right.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you all very much for your testimony. Thank you. Our next panel, Judy Berman, James Kennedy, Neil Richardson, Katrina Polk. All right, excellent. Okay. Neil, nice to see you.
Nice to see you, ma'am.
Neil is also familiar with this building back in the day. Nice to see you, for sure.
Good morning, Chairperson Bonds and members of the Committee on the Executive Administration of Labor of the District of Columbia. I also want to thank you, Councilmember Bonds, for helping organize that roundtable for the Long-Term Care Coalition a couple months ago. I serve as coordinator of the DC Coalition on Long-Term Care. The coalition is a 30-year-old alliance of consumers, advocates, and healthcare providers committed to ensuring that low-income DC residents with chronic conditions and disabilities can age safely and with dignity in their communities, supported by high-quality long-term care services. I know you know all about this, but I want to make sure that everyone listening can hear that. The district faces a deepening crisis in our long-term care workforce. Low wages, increased demand for care, and a lack of training infrastructure are converging to threaten the very system that allows older residents and people with disabilities to live with independence and dignity. This is not just a workforce challenge. It's a public health emergency that's literally happening in slow motion, but it's like it's happening now. It's literally a train wreck that we're seeing. And when we think about folks aging over the next 5-10 years, we're going to be converging with, we have 16,000 baby boomers that are retiring every single day in this country. And the city and this country and our society is not ready for that. While we recognize the fiscal pressures on the city, including the reductions in federal funding, such as FMAP and all the threats that we have from the Trump administration, we believe that now is the time for action, not retrenchment. And that's why the coalition urges the council to fully fund and implement the Certified Nurse Aid Amendment Act of 2024, which mandates wages at 120% of the district's minimum wage. The fiscal impact statement, which came out in July 1st, 2024, projects that this will cost $90 million over 3 years. That's less than 0.5% of the district's $23 billion budget. We have that money in our budget. We need to find it. Two facts underscore this urgency. The law's already been enacted. It must be implemented. This council and this government has been passing too many laws for too many years and not funding them. And this is a critical crisis that we have to fund. This crisis is worsening. These caregivers are not optional. They are essential to our healthcare system. As the city weighs proposals to spend hundreds of millions of dollars on a football stadium, and we're talking about numbers, because this is a budget oversight hearing, we must ask, what are our priorities? Should we fund entertainment for billionaires or essential care for our elders, many of whom face housing insecurity, hunger, and chronic health conditions? If the numbers do add up and the deal is good for the city, we request that a portion of the net revenue be set aside to strengthen our long-term care and senior citizen sector. Numbers add up, let's get that stadium and make some money. As a coalition, I want to add also that we're deeply concerned by the limited attention and low prioritization that elder issues continue to receive from the Bowser administration. The DC Department of Aging and Community Living plays a critical role in representing the interests of seniors and people with disabilities. The coalition looks forward to working with DACL to make a more proactive and assertive stance in advocating for residents who are aging in place. And this includes strengthening the coordination around and across many of the agencies involved in elder care and playing a more active role in addressing and engaging the growing workforce crisis. We're just asking for DACL to do more, helping us coordinate and get the services we need from district agencies. We have a couple recommendations. We've got, again, we want to fully implement the Certified Nurse Aid Amendment Act. We'd like to support the creation of long-term care coordinator, which we talked about and examined in the roundtable last month. We'd like DACL to be an active supporter of that and actually facilitate that coordinator when it's funded and hired. We would like to, and this is also part of your responsibilities over the Labor Committee, we need to look at our training capacity in the city. We're alarmed that UDC's Workforce Development and Lifelong Learning Division had 11% budget cut. With over 3,000 direct care job openings projected annually, we need institutions like UDC, which has been long and poorly funded, to build up our career and technical capacities in the city. And instead, we're cutting their budget. It makes zero sense. We've lost several training organizations over the last couple of years because of overregulation and not enough support from district government. So I know I've gone over my time, but I'm going to continue to engage you and the council and the administration on this training capacity issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And I do have your testimony here and would like to talk to you particularly about the coordinator for long-term care. We need to talk about that soon. So thank you very much for your testimony. Ms. Berman, you're on next. And then we move to Mr. Kennedy. I know he's waiting. I can tell.
Good morning, Committee Chair Bonds and members of the committee. My name is Judy Berman, and I'm the Executive Director of Capitol Hill Village, an organization dedicated to supporting older adults who are aging in community and helping them to navigate and embrace the opportunities of aging. CHV has close to 500 members and 250 volunteers. We serve a diverse group of members and non-members, including the 240 residents of a subsidized senior housing facility on G Street Northeast. While our members are concentrated in our footprint, which includes parts of Ward 6 and 7 and a tiny corner of Ward 8, CHV also provides transportation support for older adults and people with disabilities across the district, as well as programming and advocacy for LGBTQ older adults. DACL funds currently support our LGBTQ programming, as well as one-on-one tech support, anti-racism programming and education, and our long-term volunteer match program for frail and/or socially isolated individuals. I'm also on the steering committee of the DC Long-Term Care Coalition. CHV is among those offering a consumer perspective on long-term care issues, and we are deeply concerned about the ongoing workforce shortage and the lack of initiative from within Mayor Bowser's administration to take on this issue with any of the urgency it deserves. I'm here today to thank you and DACL for the support villages have received for close to a decade. DC was one of the first jurisdictions in the US to host and invest in villages as a part of a robust senior service system. We should be very proud of the concentration of villages in the DMV and the fact that more governments, including at both state and county level in Maryland and Virginia, are following the district's lead and are learning to see villages as assets that not only provide direct services, but also connect older adults to other public and private resources, deliver essential prevention-focused programming, and serve as boots on the ground to identify and communicate about unmet needs. As you know, there are currently 13 villages in the DC Villages Collaborative. For the past several years, a single grant from DACL has supported first 12 and later 13 villages. In the last couple of years, that allocation grew as villages demonstrated our value in facing a community-wide public health crisis. Leadership of the 13 villages allocated a significant portion of those increased funds to citywide efforts, including programs focused on racial equity and growing more villages. DACL has been very clear with us that growing villages in underserved areas is important. Why is it so important? Because villages work. Because every older adult in this city deserves to have a trusted, knowledgeable entity with a person they can reach by phone that can quickly and efficiently help them manage the mundane difficulties that come with age, ensure their basic needs are met, as well as connect them to the people and things that bring them joy. Villages make members feel valued and connected and important. We protect them from scams and from isolation and sometimes from despair. While lower incomes and higher material needs are concentrated in certain areas of the city, there are seniors in every ward living on fixed incomes, living with isolation, hunger, and/or poor health. Many live alone or are solo agers who need a village to advocate for them in healthcare settings the way that families often do. Villages are not only important to the well-being of older adults, we are a good value. We leverage the grants we receive from DACL 2.5 times over to over 1.8 million just with our ability to mobilize volunteers. Some of us are entirely run by volunteers. The larger among us also have the capacity and success in bringing grant funding and additional resources to older adults in the city, including programs and services that focus on arts, respite care, vaccine access, transportation, access to public benefits, and more. And while most of us use the term membership to promote a sense of belonging, no one gets turned away for inability to pay. Every older adult deserves a village. And yet, while recognizing how valuable our hyper-local neighborhood-based organizations are, the current budget proposal reduces the proposed allocation to villages to $135,000 below the level it was in FY24. Since FY24, we have all added members, including subsidized members and volunteers, and we expect that the need for our services will be exacerbated by cuts to essential supports at the local and federal levels. The mayor's decision to freeze wages and eliminate enhancements to the wages of nursing assistive personnel, which will exacerbate the existing shortage of workers to support older adults aging in place, will put even more pressure on villages. I know we are facing difficult times, and I know that nearly every program is seeing reductions. I do not envy Director Hines or the other agency directors in the difficult choices they must make. But I also know that for a relatively small amount more, villages could continue to grow the excellent work we're doing and which will otherwise sadly need to be scaled back. CHV, for example, did not fill a program position that opened earlier this year because of concerns that we could not sustain it into the next fiscal year. We had hoped to expand our program that serves older adults in subsidized housing communities, which we are now struggling just to maintain in wards 5, 6, and 8. So we are already making do with less, and this cut could further damage our capacity. My ask today is this: please restore the villages to at least our FY24 level, ideally without taking funds from other direct services, and if possible, fully back to FY25 levels. And please take action as recommended by the Long-Term Care Coalition to address the shortage of home health aides and CNAs, including creating programs to train medication aides. The age-in-place enterprise depends on the availability of sufficient qualified home health workers, which DC does not have, and for whom demand is only going to increase. And one final note, I would be remiss if I didn't mention that CHV's membership is deeply upset by the decision to create a new stadium for the Commanders at RFK Stadium. Not only does this replicate the dynamic of directing wealth to billionaires on the backs of working people, but it threatens to use prime riverfront real estate for parking lots. At CHV, we watch our friends and neighbors move across town when they need assisted living or memory care because we don't have the services they need close by. We had hoped that Reservation 13 would be part of the solution to that, and instead, it's going to add traffic, noise, and none of the amenities that older adults need as they reach old age. It's disappointing, to say the least. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I apologize for going over.
No problem. Thank you very much for your testimony. Mr. Kennedy?
Good morning, Councilmember Barnes.
Yes, good
With
morning.
that last testimony, all I need to say is ditto.
All right,
But I
okay.
come before you this morning as a senior citizen in the Washington District of Columbia. And first would like to thank our mayor and past mayors and council member for the funding that did come to the seniors and disabled that allow us to thrive in the city. 2005, when I became blind, I was able to find my way to Independent Living Center, where I was equipped with the necessary technology and training to navigate through the streets and to be able to interact with computers, telephones, and the like. All of that training led me to Capitol Hill Village. And I found at Capitol Hill Village a place where I could continue, even though I was visually impaired, to use the skills that I used early on in my career to continue to advance the cause of seniors. I also am a proponent and supporter of programs that allow us to age in place with dignity and with grace. I found all of that at Capitol Hill Village. I want to say a word to dispel the myth or the accusations that our villages might be villages for middle class and people of means. I am a 6-year subsidized member of Capitol Hill Village. I am one of several African Americans that go to make up the board of directors of Capitol Hill Village. I work on several committees, one of which is anti-racism committee as a co-chair. And we are building bridges. We are navigating and connecting. I would say that the village has become a family, and all the people that I have met there have met me with dignity and with grace. And so I come to put my voice with all the men and women that have come before you this morning to appeal the proposed budget cuts to the senior programs across the board. If it had not been for the village, then I would have been still locked in my unit, wondering what I'm going to do as a visually impaired person. But all the programs that they have afforded and the navigation to services that they have connected us with has been valued beyond measure. Since our director, who sits next to me, has been here 5 years, we have doubled the subsidized membership. So I like to put away the myth that it's for only the middle class and those who have means. We have found a place where we are connected. The help desk that is in our building has brought services and helped us to navigate through those services that has enhanced our quality of life. I thank you for the opportunity to hear my voice, and I add it to all of the voices that have come to, again, appeal the proposed budget cuts to the senior programs across the board.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Kennedy, and I must say, well said. Thank you for your testimony.
Yeah.
All right. And now we'll hear from Ms. Polk. How are you doing today?
Am I
Nice to see
right?
you.
These are hard acts to follow.
Yes.
But I thank you, Judy, for talking about DCVC and supporting us. So greetings, Councilwoman Bonds and esteemed DC Council members. My name is Dr. Katrina Polk, and I'm the Executive Director of DC Villages Collaborative, also known as DCVC. For council members who are unfamiliar with DCVC, it is a centralized program that represents the collective of the 13 villages across the district, focused on addressing needs and senior needs using a collaborative approach. Before I go down, give full testimony, I just want to recognize you, Woman Bonds, for your sincere dedication to prioritizing seniors in this district. I have admired your pioneering efforts on the behalf of the aging population since I arrived here in the district over a decade ago. Additionally, I want to commend Director Sharon Hines of DACL and her team for advancing senior services and programs that enable our aging adults to thrive as they continue to age in their community. Your commitment to supporting seniors throughout the city is truly valued. So as I go into my testimony, I think Judy Berman spoke a lot about how senior villages are doing work now in our village. And I think earlier this year in February, I gave a lot of data regarding the actual performance. But right now, I would like to talk about on the behalf of DCVC and express our sincere gratitude towards the one-time funding of $350,000 provided by DACL in this year's budget. This investment is crucial for enabling our operations, particularly in advancing equity programming and supporting the essential expansion of village services across the district. As a direct result, so I'm gonna tell you what we did with that $350,000 so far. We have developed a startup village incubator with an impact fund process that currently support 3 churches in establishing new villages, 1 in Ward 5 and 2 in Ward 7, serving an estimated 500 seniors currently monthly. The DCVC Ambassador Program, a faith-based partnership with churches across the city, has allowed us to deliver essential village-like services to approximately 400 individuals each month, specifically targeting DC seniors in areas with limited service access and no village. This program has grown exponentially, expanding from 8 to 13 churches, and it demonstrates a critical role in meeting the community needs. Additionally, DCVC is incorporating a program called Practices to Promote Villages that Welcome Everyone. We're seeking to gather and analyze best practices from villages in the community, especially like Capitol Hill village that have successfully fostered inclusive environments for diverse seniors. This project is identifying diversity, equity, and inclusion strategies and providing a self-assessment for villages to promote equity. Furthermore, DCVC is working on developing a citywide coalition to unify voices and advocate for improving the quality of older adults residing in the district. We are planning to host a DCVC advocacy convening in September of this year, allowing people and organizations to gather and begin to discuss working together to address issues through legislation. As we look forward to 2006, we foresee a surge in unmet service needs regarding the persistent changing in housing, transportation, and healthcare, especially in terms of the federal cuts. This is not a projection, it's a looming crisis that threatens the severity threatens and severely worsens the health of and the well-being of older adults across the city, particularly those living in poverty. Therefore, we are engaging in strategic planning exercises that include organizational development and branding strategies, centralized data collection, community engagement, and resource development to devise a plan of action. Lastly, after concluding consultations regarding DCVC's feasibility as a standalone entity, we have filed the necessary documentation to become a nonprofit in the district.
And in between all that, we also found time to actually upgrade the DACL's current How to Start a Village guide, which is now being used across the country as a template. We are fully committed to finding long-term solutions to maintain these critical programs. So DCVC has engaged a grant writer through the funding from the CAFERS Foundation to help our villages develop new sustainable revenue streams. Despite the development of this effort, we still require an additional investment. We understand the pressure that DACL and various agencies are handling to date relative to their budget and the city budget. We know things are incredibly tight this year and possibly for the next few years. Even though we appreciate DACL's support and willingness to continue to have confidence in us to deliver results, we require help to continue this progress. Therefore, we're asking the council and Director Hines to consider restoring our baseline funding of FY 2024, the allocation of $827,000. Accordingly, the $350,000 was one time only, so it will exhaust this year, but we also had a budget cut in 2025 of $125,000, which will severely affect our operations as well as these new initiatives that we focus on equity.
Thank you very much, and I hope we will get your testimony in writing.
You
for the
have it.
record.
I think I did it. I did it late. I did it today.
Okay,
earlier.
we'll get it. It'll print out soon. And thank you very, very much.
No problem.
And thank you all for your testimony. I am going to look very closely at the village compliment because I started it a few years ago, and it's very important. I wish that we could have villages all over the city. I think they do a tremendous service, as many of our organizations. But, you know, I have an opportunity to speak about the villages and the input that they have in the lives of individuals, our older folk. And so I want you to know, Mr. Kennedy, initially when I began this grant process, it was designed to make sure that those who were lower income would have an opportunity to participate in the membership program. So I'm glad to know you've been there, and please keep it up. Okay, definitely. So we'll be looking at this. I know that things are tight, but there's some creative ways perhaps that we can come up with the resources that we need. It would be very helpful if I could get in writing a sense of how, let's say if there was 900,000, how that might be dispersed, and the benefits that the community would receive from those dollars.
We can be able to provide that to you possibly by the end of the week. Is that good enough?
Well, today is Wednesday, Friday. Yes, I'll be here Friday, but I want everyone to know I'm telling you, do not come down to this building because you might be not facilitated with the traffic and all. We will not have metal plates on Pennsylvania Avenue. They will be on Constitution Avenue. But still, on Saturday, if any of us have watched the old, public documents about the Army Corps of Engineers and how, asphalt and the gravel beneath asphalt will sink. And remember, the District of Columbia is built on a swamp. So I don't know what will happen. I don't know how the metal may help the tanks to roll, but I'm not sure what will be left of our streets. And more importantly, I'm not sure of what the cost will be to our local government, to our seniors, as an example. But
I'll have that information to you on Friday.
thank you, thank you. So we can receive it electronically, so.
Okay, and would you like a breakdown of the new villages? Because I know you had a focus on Ward 7, and we do have 2 and 7 now in our incubator.
That would be great.
Okay.
Whatever your expanded plan may look like. Yeah, we need to know. And we need to know, as you plan to become a standalone nonprofit, what does that mean? As
Absolutely.
it, you know, that too is important. We have to consider all of what we are thinking will enhance and expand services to seniors.
Will do, but I also sent to you 2 months ago the actual progression of the 3 villages that we have in the incubator program. It's under executive director at dcvillages.org. I'd include
Okay.
it in an email with you and Director
Okay.
Hines.
All right. Would you send it again?
I will.
Okay. Andrew Martell is our point with DACL with our seniors. Yeah, I know he's young, but he has a heart, and most importantly, he has a grandma.
Okay. I'll get his email address to include him as well.
So she'll keep him in line. Yes, please. Thank you so much. Thank you all very much for your testimony. And I do understand long-term care and the need to fund that position. And there may be some ways that we can do that. We really need that. We all will be in some specialized housing if we're not careful. Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. Our next witnesses, Silva Walker, Ellen Thrasher. You have the whole table to yourself. All right. Thank you. Our other witnesses are listed as virtual, so, all right. Thank you for being patient. Happy to have your testimony now.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Ellen Thrasher, and I'm a member of Palisades Village, and I live in Ward 3. 40 years ago, I moved to the Palisades as a young wife and mother. Today, my children are grown. My husband is gone, but happily at age 75, I'm still here. And that is due in significant part to the Palisades Village and the role it plays in my daily life. Adult members like myself aspire to age independently with purpose and grace in our own homes. This grassroots mutual support system provides opportunities for engaging social interaction, health and wellness programs, lifelong learning, personal connection, and importantly, as feet on the ground, a conduit to the city's own resources for senior citizens. Palisades Village is a neighborhood-based membership organization. Support is provided by volunteers and a small staff. I think that you would agree with me that volunteering is good citizenship. In FY 2024, 261 of my neighbors volunteered over 1,233 hours of service. Independent sector with the Do Good Institute of the University of Maryland reports that in 2024, the estimate for the value of a volunteer hour was $34.79. That is a good return on investment from the Department of Aging and Community Living, coupled with our own fundraising and memberships. I'd like to share 2 examples of how the village works and the great work it is doing. Recently, one of our members asked for help in locating his car. He was going to see his mother in the hospital and had no idea, I'm sorry, his wife. I think his mother is gone. He had no idea where his car was, whether it was on the street, in a garage. He was lost. A volunteer took the call, drove the man until his car was found, followed him home, and noting his confused state, the village made referrals to city resources and did follow-up. Another point that has come up today during testimony is the importance of transportation for seniors in our city. In the Palisades, in the Greater Palisades, the service that is provided by the village, there's not one grocery store. And our volunteers volunteer daily to take our senior citizens to get their groceries and medical supplies and other things they need, the essentials for daily life. They also change light bulbs, and they provide in-home tech care, and they accompany our members to doctors and take those all-important notes. I know that this is a challenging time for our city, but a decrease in funding does not mean a decrease in need. It means a decrease in capacity. We stand with you as a partner in giving voice to the people our community serves. We will make our best effort to deliver vital community support and to contribute to vital and vibrant neighborhoods, which in turn make our city a city that we love, a desirable and easier place to age in place with confidence. I thank you for your leadership and your creativity.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I think I recorded correctly. I think you said 1,233 hours of service and 200 volunteers.
It was 261 to be
All right.
precise volunteers
Okay,
and 1,223 hours of service
all right.
last year.
Okay, thank you. I want to make sure we have that. I think those numbers are very important.
Yes.
They help us understand the value of the volunteer system that, you know, is a companion to all of the village process. Thank you
Okay.
very much.
Thank you.
We will have the next 5 or 6 panelists will be virtual, and we're trying to bring them in. But while we accomplish that, we're going to take a short break. So we'll be right back. We will now resume our budget hearing, and we have a few virtual witnesses that are on. Betty Gentel, or so others may eat, and Nicholas Del Don, DuPont East Civic Action Association. Tanya Martin. Tiffany Montgomery. Justin Johns. He is there. Adam Heller. Catherine Dixon. Camille Tate. Okay, Silva Walker. Those are our virtual witnesses, and we'll start with Ms. Gentle. We'll start with you, and thank you for your patience.
No problem. Good afternoon, Chairperson Buds and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Betty Gentle, and I serve as the Senior Director of Advocacy and Public Policy at SUM Incorporated, a nonprofit organization that has served DC residents for more than 50 years. SUM is committed to breaking the cycle of poverty and homelessness through a holistic continuum of care, including transitional and permanent affordable housing and community-based programming that supports seniors in maintaining their independence and quality of life. We are proud to partner with DACL, whose unwavering support has been instrumental in helping us meet the evolving needs of older adults across the city. Mayor Bowser has described the FY26 budget as a growth agenda focused on keeping families in the district, attracting new residents and businesses, and stimulating economic activity. We respectfully urge this committee to ensure that this vision of growth also includes district seniors by protecting and expanding access to safe, dignified housing, food security, wraparound services, and outreach to those who are isolated or disconnected from care. Although the district's overall safety net has seen cuts that threaten to destabilize many low-income residents, we appreciate that DACL's budget remains relatively stable. We are especially grateful that funding for day programs and senior wellness centers has been mostly maintained, and these spaces are vital in addressing senior isolation, a growing concern both locally and nationwide. That said, we ask Director Hines and this committee to ensure there is sufficient investment in 4 critical areas: transportation, food assistance, outreach and case management, and affordable housing for seniors. First, we are disappointed to see a $517,000 reduction in the transportation line item. In hearing after hearing, seniors have testified about the need for reliable, accessible transportation. It enables them to attend senior programming, access medical care, run errands, and stay connected to their communities. While not a perfect substitute for group vans, which I'm happy to hear that Seabury and others are talking about reinstating, the Connector Card is still a valuable resource. However, we recognize that the current benefit amount does not fully meet the needs of many participants, and staff has been told applications are closed for new participants. Reducing this line item further undercuts an already underfunded service. We urge DACL to not only restore, but expand financial support for transportation options, particularly for underserved neighborhoods. Second, the district continues to have one of the highest rates of senior food insecurity in the country, leaving many older residents without consistent access to affordable, nutritious meals. We are encouraged by the increased investments in community dining service and home-delivered meals, which serve as lifelines for many seniors. However, we must also reach those who are not connected to meal delivery or community-based dining programs. Many isolated seniors remain disconnected from food resources. While DACL services help bridge the gap, the most effective way to fight hunger is to expand SNAP. We are deeply disappointed that the $50 billion funding for Gift Snap Arrays was excluded from the FY26 budget. Gift Snap Arrays helped an estimated 140,000 residents, most notably many older adults on fixed incomes, offset the rising cost of food. With the threat of $300 billion in federal SNAP cuts looming, district leadership must step up to protect our most food insecure residents. We urge the council and DACL to explore all avenues, collaborative and budgetary, to raise SNAP benefits for seniors in FY26. Next, we're also concerned about reductions to 2 key budget line items: a 432,000 cut to consumer information and outreach, and 685,000 cut to lead agencies and case management. These services are essential tools to engage seniors and connect them with the resources they need to thrive. As a provider, some knows firsthand how outreach, engagement, and case management transforms lives. These services don't just prevent crises, they offer consistent trusted support that helps older adults move from surviving to stability and ultimately thriving. Given the scope of unmet need among seniors in the district, we urge the committee to carefully assess how these proposed reductions will impact service capacity and reach. Now is not the time to scale back efforts to find and serve those most at risk of falling through the cracks. Lastly, while we understand DACL is not a housing agency, the need for senior housing is simply too urgent to ignore. Housing is foundational to health, safety, and dignity later in life. According to the district's 2025 point-in-time count, at least 1,264 individuals aged 55 and older are unhoused, sleeping outside, staying in shelters that often don't meet their physical or medical needs, or living in other unsafe or temporary arrangements. Many also live with chronic health conditions, disabilities, and mobility challenges. Beyond those visibly unhoused, over 13,500 seniors in DCs are struggling with unaffordable housing, dangerous living environments, and frequent displacement. At some, our housing intake team is receiving increased calls from older adults seeking age-friendly, affordable housing. While we share that our single-door housing is available, many seniors express a strong preference for buildings designed with age-appropriate features and on-site supportive services tailored to their stage of life. Research shows that housing instability and homelessness significantly increase mortality risk by 3.5 times. We cannot afford to wait. We urge DACL to be a bold partner in cross-agency collaboration, advocating for new investments in affordable senior housing and rental subsidies for lower-income adults. In closing, we want to thank Director Hines and DACL for their steadfast commitment to improving the lives of older residents in the district. Even in times of fiscal constraint, we must prioritize investments and policies that ensure all seniors can age with dignity, stability, and connection to community. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony, and think now we will, what about Mr. Nicholas Deldon? All right.
Yeah, that's
You're
me.
on.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Bonds, for this opportunity to speak. I represent, my name is Nick Deladon, and I represent the DuPont East Civic Action Association and its coalition, the DC Safe Streets Coalition, which is concerned about the safety of the streets and bicycles. The DC has undertaken a radical transformation of traffic in the city, and it has caused a lot of confusion. They have removed traffic lanes. They did not ask where the traffic is going to go. They just removed the lanes. That's going to cause congestion and confusion and a lot of problems getting around the city. So, and they're introducing protected bike lanes, which are not suited for a lot of the streets of the city. They're commercial places. They don't take into account deliveries. So in all of this, the one population that is most affected adversely are the seniors, and the agency that represents them, DACL, and the other organization that represents, they are silent. They have nothing to say, and they need to join the discussion because we can't pretend that we don't have seniors in the city and they're not concerned. Oh my gosh, let's see. The Washington Post in February reported that the traffic fatalities have not gone down. They continue to have a high level, despite all the efforts of the city to re-engineer intersections with new traffic plans and bicycles. I attended a presentation, a joint presentation by DDOT and WMATA, where they announced a plan to closed traffic lanes on Georgia Avenue. That street is several miles long. It'll start approximately at Florida Avenue downtown and go all the way up to Silver Spring. And I asked the lead presenter, if you close traffic lanes on Georgia Avenue, isn't that going to cause congestion? And without hesitation, he said, yes, that's the objective. If they make traffic difficult in the city, people will think twice about driving around the city and they will get rid of their cars. So this is a way of behavior modification that we didn't approve. We know a lot of us, it may be that in 30 years, there will be fewer cars on the streets of DC and we'll have a different plan, but it's not going to happen in 24 hours. And this afternoon, we need our car. We need to go to the grocery store. Seniors need to go to their doctor appointments. They need access to the curb. That's being denied. If you put a bike lane on the curb, you eliminate the ability to people to park. So they're using a carrot and a stick, but they're forgetting about the carrot. The stick is to get rid of the cars and make it difficult to drive through the city, but they haven't provided public transportation, which we need in the city. We need people cannot take the bus conveniently. It takes a long time. It doesn't go where you want it to go. The frequency of the bus is a problem. And so if they would improve public transportation, a lot of people would voluntarily give up their cars, but we're not there yet. And it does seem like the plan is ill-conceived. So, but we want, today we would like to ask DACL to take a more active role in looking out for the interests of seniors in public transportation and in bike regulation. All the seniors readily admit that the bikes spook them. They're unregulated. They go where they want to go when they want to go. They're silent, and they surprise people when they're trying to cross the street when they have to cross a bike lane. So DACL should be alert and vocal on these issues that concern seniors and ask for bike regulation. And the bike regulation would include certification to be on the street on a bike, insurance, registration, licensing, and so we need a handful of regulations, and we have a precedent for it. Japan just announced last week that they will institute bike regulation in Japan beginning next year. New York City has made inroads in this area. They're having some success, particularly with the e-bikes and the motorized delivery services. And there are other places around the country that are beginning to experiment with this. And we need DACL to be more vocal and take an active part in the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. We have Marla Lahat. Welcome.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Chairperson Bonds. I'm Marla Lahat, and I'm Executive Director of Home Care Partners, a nonprofit home care agency that has supported older persons in DC since 1957. We are a proud member of the DACL Senior Service Network, Leading Age DC, and the DC Coalition on Long-Term Care. We provide 3 services through generous funding from the DC Department of Aging and Community Living: our Homemaker Home Care Aid Program that provides home health aides to DC residents, our DC Caregivers Institute that supports unpaid family caregivers who are caring for their parents, spouses, or other loved ones, and the Safe at Home program that does both the home modifications and other fall reduction activities. Home Care Partners would like to extend our deep appreciation to Director Sharon P.W. Hines and the staff of DACL for its steadfast leadership and commitment to supporting older adults, especially in light of our challenging budget. We are grateful for the continued funding in the DACL budget of Home Care Partners' 3 core programs, the Homemaker, DC Caregivers Institute, and Safe at Home. While funding for Homemaker is mostly local DC funding, there is a small percentage of federal funding. But our DC Caregivers Institute is 100% federally funded. We are hopeful that this funding will continue, although there are many uncertainties. It is a more critical program than ever as family caregivers face increasing stress, particularly those in the sandwich generation and those who have had to return to the office recently, which impacts their caregiving time. The Safe at Home program is fully funded by DC, and we are especially appreciative of the increase of $300,000 that is budgeted for Safe at Home. We welcome the opportunity to meet with DACL leadership in the coming months to share our ideas about how to maximize the impact of Safe at Home funds to serve as many people as possible within our available funds. We also want to urge the Council and DACL to ensure stable, ongoing funding for DC Villages, the grassroots neighborhood-based organizations you've heard so much about today. The Villages are a very valuable partner to Home Care Partners and many others in the Aging Network. They provide referrals and volunteer services for those in their neighborhoods. Home Care Partners frequently refers to the Villages to provide additional support for our clients. Finally, we encourage DACL to continue participating in Age-Friendly DC. There is actually an Age-Friendly DC meeting going on right now, to the greatest degree possible, and in ongoing efforts to coordinate and strengthen the city's direct care workforce, as was highlighted today and also during the March roundtable with the Committee on Health. A skilled and stable direct care workforce of home health aides and CNAs is essential to meeting the needs of the district's growing aging population and to meeting the ambitious goals outlined in Age-Friendly DC. Thank you to Director Hines, the staff of DACL, and to you, Chairperson Bonds, for your leadership and continued support. We know this is a difficult budget environment, but we urge the Council to ensure that programs and services supporting DC seniors are protected across all relevant agencies. Local DC funding is more critical than ever, especially amidst the uncertainty at the federal level and possible cuts to those programs. We look forward to our continuing partnership and thank you for listening to this testimony.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Next, Tiffany Montgomery. Ms. Montgomery.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you.
Okay, we hear you now. Go
Yes.
right ahead.
Thank you kindly for the opportunity to testify this afternoon. My name is Tiffany Montgomery, and I have been assisting United States Congress in my capacity as a private citizen and whistleblower. I used to work at the DC Board of Ethics and Government Accountability, also known as BEGA. I reported fraud at the agency and I became the victim of serious criminal retaliation by the agency, and the FBI got involved. And I want to thank United States Congress and the leadership of the Metropolitan Police Department. I want to let the public know that every dollar of waste and fraud that has gone through the criminal corruption at the DC Board of Ethics and Government Accountability could have been put to better use by serving the needs of vulnerable DC residents, including seniors in DC, and one of which is a disabled veteran by the name of, we'll just call him Michael, but I understand that he's contacted DC Council many times. And I want to put on the public record that I reported my former colleague, Johnny Barton, for criminal misuse of his government office at Vega when he was a chief counsel. He was illegally operating a private law firm out of the Vega office and misusing his government records or his access to government records for his private use. And I was contacted by the DC Superior Court concerning the investigation of perjury of DC Office of Local Government Director Nicole Allen, who was aware of the criminal misuse of government office by Johnny Barton, and the corrupt Vega board members, including convicted felon Darren Sobin and Chairwoman Norma Hutchison, and all the others actively worked to cover up the fraud at Vega. And I want to thank and commend the committee's director, Kevin Chavis, for contacting, for first of all, investigating what went on, not just the 2 criminal investigation referrals of Vega, but the subsequent obstruction of the criminal investigation that was supposed to take place by the DC Office of the Inspector General. And I want to commend Director Chavis for contacting the U.S. Attorney's Office for the perjury of DC Inspector General Daniel Lucas. I was contacted by the U.S. Attorney's Office as well as the FBI. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify this afternoon.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Ms. Montgomery. Mr. Justin Johns from the DC LGBTQ Plus Community Center.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairperson Bonds and other members of the committee fellow panelists. My name is Justin Johns. I am the Director of Operations at the DC LGBTQ+ Community Center. We have been providing vital life and human supportive services to DC's LGBTQ+ community for more than 20 years. First, I want to shout out to the work you and other council members have done to help us open a new community center. We've been open for a little over a month, and in that time, we have seen familiar faces and met new friends. We're around the corner from the Howard Theater at 1827 Wiltberger Street, if you ever want to stop by. All are overjoyed at the space that you've helped create, and it's a testament to the ways our community and allies can come together to create something amazing. We've been providing services to older LGBTQ adults via DACL funding since FY 2019 and have been flat funded throughout. Nevertheless, we are always looking for ways to improve and add to our offerings to the community. From our starting point of a weekly social group and a monthly luncheon, we've expanded to twice weekly groups, a monthly book club, and special events like watercolor painting. Thanks to support from DC government, individual donors, and others, we are able to provide many other supportive services outside of DACL funding. As a result of that hard work building partnerships across the district, we're able to offer fresh, nutritious food, a well-stocked food pantry, multiple community gathering spaces, lockers and laundry services for unhoused community members, mental health services for victims of trauma and violence, safer sex education and resources, and a clothing boutique, brand new in our new space. We host a number of different events throughout the month, both educational and fun, to allow LGBTQ folks to come together and support each other. Whenever possible, we work to connect eligible community members with DACL services, lead agencies, and the villages to make sure folks are getting to access to as many services as they can. Times are tough and scary, and to many older LGBTQ adults, the prospect of aging in their communities with dignity is slipping away. Aging adults fear having to go back into the closet, so having a community center is vital for them to safely gather as their authentic selves. Time and again, we've been able to step up our game in order to meet unmet needs. Our dedicated staff person, Adam, has been volunteering with the program since 2014 and working on staff since 2020. I've watched him grow year after year, connecting with individuals and building community as a trusted voice. He's taken the lead in creating resources for our community as they age, as well as creating new programming in partnership with older adults' interests and requests. I'm here to ask you to recognize our hard work and honor our commitment to providing quality care by increasing our budget, allowing Adam the ability to work full-time and have health insurance. We are cutting other staff time and other line items in the grant to the bone in order to allow him to maintain a livable wage in the face of inflation and the rising cost of living here in DC. While it's important to acknowledge the vast increase in support for the LGBT community made over the years by this department and across the district government, we must also recognize the need for ongoing investment in organizations. Receiving dependable funding helps organizations plan for the future with confidence and provide services that are timely, efficient, and meet our clients' needs with care. To that end, I'm here before you to request an annual commitment of $300,000 from the DC government to assist in subsidizing the costs to maintain this new LGBTQ+ community center. Speaking of investing in organizations, I'd like to focus for a moment on the DC LGBTQ+ Budget Coalition, which consists of more than 20 local organizations. On their behalf, and on behalf of so many other organizations serving our community, like Capitol Hill Village, I urge the council to address the needs of our community with equity-focused investments, directly supporting LGBTQ residents in the district. Our community faces serious challenges, particularly those who experience the compounded effects of systemic discrimination. Transgender individuals, LGBTQ+ people of color, low-income residents, immigrants, and undocumented community members, and people with disabilities. Even with limited resources, LGBTQ+ organizations across the district are providing life-saving, affirming services every day, but the need is growing. At a time when our city is facing economic uncertainty and mounting federal threats to home rule, the entire budget coalition is calling on our local leaders to fully fund programs that ensure access to comprehensive health care, safe and stable housing, community-based safety, civil rights protections, and essential human services. These investments are not only critical, they are a reflection of our shared values and commitment to the dignity, well-being, and future of every LGBTQ+ person in DC. Study after study shows that DC has one of the biggest LGBTQ+ populations in the country, and directing support and protecting our community sends a message about who we value. We ask you to meet this moment with compassion, courage, and a clear dedication to equity. Thank you for your time and consideration, and I'm available if you have any questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony. All right. Adam Heller.
Hello, Chairperson Bonds and members of the committee. My name is Adam Heller. I'm with the DC LGBTQ+ Community Center, a nonprofit providing supportive and life-affirming services to members of the community here in DC. Our organization formed in 2004, and for many years now, been providing services to LGBTQ older adults via our program called Center Aging, which engages in targeted outreach and supportive services offerings for older adults, specifically around combating social isolation. Some of them include weekly and monthly social gatherings, lunches, exercise classes, and educational and other enrichment activities. To start with, as many of you know, we have begun welcoming people into our brand new community center space this spring. I want to thank you and the rest of the DC Council for your support on this. It would have been impossible without you. We look forward to continuing this work together. Your continuing support in the years to come ensures our ability to consistently provide services and meet the plans for the future. Excuse me, phone going off. As my colleague Justin mentioned, the DC LGBTQ+ Community Center is a proud member of the DC LGBTQ+ Budget Coalition and stands in strong solidarity with over 20 local organizations committed to protecting and expanding critical funding for our LGBTQ+ siblings in the district. We call on Mayor Bowser and the council to provide equity funding, focused investments that directly support LGBTQ+ residents, particularly those most impacted by discrimination and systemic barriers, including our trans siblings, persons of color, low-income individuals, immigrants, undocumented community members, and people with disabilities. The LGBTQ+ organizations continue to provide life-saving services despite limited resources, and the needs have never been greater. As our city faces economic uncertainty and federal threats to home rule, we urge leaders to fully fund LGBTQ+ programs that ensure access to the life-affirming healthcare, safe and stable housing, community-based safety initiatives, etc. These investments are not just necessary, they are a reflection of DC's values and a commitment to the dignity, safety, and future of all of our residents. To reiterate Justin's request, one area we could use assistance is legacy funding. To that end, I'm here before you to request an annual commitment of $300K to assist in subsidizing the annual cost to maintain the new DC LGBTQ+ Community Center, where we offer a variety of new and improved services for unhoused community members, including a larger food pantry, clothing closet, washer and dryer, mail services, and ADA compliant shower. For our seniors specifically, it includes wellness events like life planning, workshops, cooking classes, exercise classes, enriching social events, biweekly coffee classes, like I mentioned, monthly luncheons, intergenerational gatherings. A few of our seniors even benefit socially from our day-to-day operations as weekly front desk volunteers. I also want to thank DACL, DACL for their good steadfast support. I'd like to give a special shout out to Nathan Gomez, DACL program analyst and our grant monitor, who helps ensure LGBTQ plus senior voices are heard at regular meetings throughout the year. At these meetings and others, our seniors have expressed that they need more exercise and social opportunities. Right now, we provide a monthly yoga and lunch program. We would like to triple that to 3 times per month, which would require doubling our current DACL grant. We understand that wellness centers around town have similar offerings, but our community members continually tell us that they are more comfortable coming to us, where there is guaranteed acceptance without judgment. The needs of our seniors in DC change constantly, and the new community center and your ongoing support will allow us to continue to grow and evolve to support them as we face new challenges and go on new adventures. Knowing that DACL hears them and allocates resources to help them combat the unique social isolation LGBTQ seniors face is of great comfort to them and enriches our city. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to answer questions in concert with my colleague, Justin.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Ms. Camille Tate, Jubilee Housing.
Yes, hello. Good afternoon, Chairman Bonds and members of the committee.
Good
My name is
afternoon.
Camille Tate, and I'm a resident service coordinator for Jubilee Housing. I appreciate the opportunity to testify today at today's budget hearing and the importance of the Department of Aging and Community Living programs and their positive impacts on seniors in Washington, D.C. Jubilee Housing, founded in 1973, works to build diverse, compassionate communities that create opportunities for everyone to thrive, recognizing the role we can play in the Adams Morgan, Columbia Heights, and Mount Pleasant neighborhoods to combat regentrification and maintain an exclusive, diverse community. Jubilee has come to understand its works as justice housing, deeply affordable housing, and thriving neighborhoods with supportive services on site and within walking distance. By bridging the gap in access to resources between lower and higher income district residents, Jubilee is chipping away at the gap in outcomes that divides our city along both racial and economic lines. The Department of Aging and Community Living funds for programs are a vital part of our work at Jubilee. We are proud to have naturally occurring affordable senior housing, and we want to be able to continue to provide services that support these residents. One program we are especially happy to see enhanced in the budget is the Safe at Home program. The program funds residential improvements to keep seniors safe from fall risk. At Jubilee, we did our own fall risk screening, finding that 65% of our senior residents were at high risk for falls. We were told that the program was too full, so services for referrals are not available until 2026. As a resident service coordinator, I work directly with our seniors and can refer residents to programs like Safe at Home. However, I can also see the direct effects of the lack of capacity of these programs. Sadly, we actually had a senior resident pass away due to sustaining injuries from a fall. Preserving enhanced funding for this program is so important to help prevent tragedies like this. We currently have over 40 seniors currently in need of a referral to this program. At Jubilee and throughout the city, we have a demonstrated need to these kinds of supportive programs that go a long way to give seniors a better, healthier, and safer, and more secure life. As happy as we are to see the enhanced funding for Safe at Home, we are deeply concerned about cuts to Medicaid and how they could affect our residents and seniors. We host 62 households of seniors, and cuts to Medicaid can directly affect them and their families' quality of life. Again, thank you, Councilmember Bonds, for all your work on senior health care, and we are looking forward to continue to work with the council and DC governments to improve quality of life for all seniors all over DC.
Thank you very much for your testimony. And our last public witness, Silver Walker.
Yes, I'm here.
All right.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. My name is Silva Walker, and I'm a trustee for Michigan Park Christian Church. Thank you very much for inviting me and allowing me the opportunity to speak with you today, Councilman Bonds and the panelists and committee or Department of Aging and Community Living. I am a trustee for the church, and recently I started engaging, after COVID, I started engaging with a senior advisory group for representing Ward 5. And we are looking for services to provide to the seniors in our community, both from our church and from the DC government. So it's really interesting to hear all of these services that are currently available to seniors in order to allow them to stay in their homes and remain there with dignity. It's, I'm happy to hear about all of these programs. However, I'm really disturbed to hear about the cuts. And our church we've been very engaged with the community. We've been in the city like 120 years and been on the corner of Taylor Street and South Dakota Avenue for about 75 years. And we've been, we've pretty much been the backbone, filling in gaps whenever gaps occurred in the community. So that's what we're used to. We're recovering from COVID, and that's what we want to continue to do and provide for the community. However, hearing about all of these cuts, it's going to make our job. Not that we're not going to do it. We got to clear some more hurdles to do it, but it's disturbing to hear that cuts are being made for the senior in this manner, cuts in Medicaid, cuts in food, cuts in transportation. These are vital things that the seniors need. But it's even more disturbing when I hear that not only these cuts are being made, that there are some cuts not being made. And recently I heard Kirschbaum mentioned that 12 more protected bike lanes were going to be put out into the city. These bike lanes are very expensive. Many of them aren't even being used. We have roughly 120 miles of bike lanes that are already existing in DC. And, within a 58 square mile and many of them are underutilized. And many of these streets that they're promoting to install these bike lanes in have a lot of seniors, number one, and there was the reasoning behind installing these bike lanes is supposed to be about safety. It's supposed to be about high injury networks. That's not so. My street where our church is situated is not in a high injury network. We do not have a lot of accidents or crashes there within the corridor, but yet there's this major push not only on this particular street, but on other particular streets in DC. And it impacts the seniors. It impacts how metro access or how they get to transportation. If they need metro access, being able to get out their doors and maybe get a ride, or the fact that they're even cutting the transportation now is appalling. But it impacts them as well when they lose parking. I mean, I've heard people say, oh, okay, it's okay. You can get rid of the parking and put this bike lane in, but the seniors can go around the corner or go 2 blocks away from their home to catch metro access like a bus. But if they need metro access, they can't do that. So I'm just kind of appalled at how, their needs are not being taken seriously. And many of them are appalled, and they have the feeling that it's by design, that perhaps maybe the real intention is to really move them out of the community. They've been in the community forever, and maybe it's just time for them to go. So today I guess my purpose here is our churches are trying real hard. We recover from a lot, from COVID, and now we're recovering from this economic crisis, having to, fill in gaps for the community because the government doesn't have the funding in order to supply, to, subsidize the needs for their seniors and for disabled people in the community. And we're having to do that now. So today, I just want to stress to you that to pay more attention, if you could pay more attention or just be more proactive about voicing some of the cuts that really should be made versus, I don't know, in order to preserve some of these benefits that the seniors are getting now and maybe even enhance them and enhance the quality of their lives. Because I'm hearing about all kinds of programs about club memory. We would love to have a program like that in our church. And some of the other things people are doing with the food and also the caregiving services, they're very important. Many people who are caregivers need those kinds of services to help relieve the caregivers. Also the programs with the Alzheimer's and dementia, those programs should be enhanced, not cut. But there are some programs out there that should be considered, there should be some kind of consideration for the chopping block, or at least to put it on pause until we can regain our footing with, from the financial crisis. So that's all I guess I really wanted to say is just to bring that to your attention. And thank you very much. This has been a very informative hearing today for us. And I'll probably be reaching out with some of the other folks that I've become familiar with in some of the other programs, and hopefully the money will be there. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Walker, for your testimony. And I dare ask you, what are some of the programs you believe should be on the chopping block, so to speak, as you put it?
Well, for one thing, the protective bike, to put a pause on it, because, okay, I'll tell you why. I don't think the program gets vetted very well. I'll just tell you from my own personal experience, when they solicited feedback from our community, they left out a lot of people. They left out seniors, they left out the churches, they left out people who were long-term residents. And, people, if you do not use community, it's like a generational gap with the communication. If you do not use a computer, or you're not on some social media, or, you're not digitally oriented, and you're not out there on all those platforms, you don't hear about a lot of information. And when it was presented to us, we heard it third hand. I mean, the ANC didn't even reach out to us and, give us any information. I had to hear it from the community. As we went through the community talking to them, over and over again, I kept hearing, I never heard about this. And most of these people are seniors. So some of the programs I think too should be in place is some kind of internet service, and I think that would probably help out with some of the memory problems people have, and then they feel they're isolated. It would help out with that if they got a little bit more engaged digitally to improve those skills. And so they're not being left out, But it's been quite a struggle trying to get people engaged and get DDOT. DDOT doesn't really want to hear it. They want to hear that they reached everyone and they did not. And so I think food is very important. You know, like I said, the home giving and things like that. I think all of them are important. And hopefully there's some money. They haven't spent it all on things like that, but definitely um those protecting bike lanes in particular, because they are very expensive. And when they put them in your community, they take up parking, which seniors need. And also the way that they put them into the street, they don't get, the community's engagement. They may also be hazardous because you can't get a wheelchair through it. Depending on where it is, you're not able to get a wheelchair through it. You can't use your uh, a walker or scooter or a cane. You can't use it because it's hazardous. You can't. It's something that's very, very bulky, and it might be in front of your house. So that's the main thing I think they should get rid of. And I think they ought to improve the transportation too, because that is very needed. Public transportation is not very good in Washington, D.C.
All right, well, thank you very much for your comments. I don't know where we have the money, but you have caused us to pause for a minute and think about really the plight of seniors and their mobility issues, and how perhaps it would do us well, since all of us will reach seniorhood if we're lucky. So it makes sense that we think more about our senior population, and I appreciate hearing from you today. Thank you very, very much.
Okay. Thank you.
Mhm.
Thank you for listening.
Of course, of course. I've heard from many public witnesses today, and I know for many, they are very devastated at thinking that there will not be funds for their favorite programs or their interests. Um, and we don't know yet. The council just received the budget, and it has an opportunity to look at the budget. I think that the mayor and her team have done a fair job of trying to guesstimate what the community wants from the actual input it has received from various neighborhoods, as well as thinking about the future of our city and how it can grow. Remember, we're land restricted 69 square miles. We're not 500 square miles like Los Angeles. We're just 69. So we're kind of limited as to um, how we can grow. Some want us to grow up, that is to make the buildings taller. And as usual, anything some want, there are others who resist. So we're kind of like thinking about how can we grow. And I think that the mayor and her team have given some real attention to that. And particularly when we think about having an economic base, how do we grow? With what dollars do we grow? And the dollars we have to grow with are the dollars that we generate, because we don't grow corn. We don't have, we're not a financial capital of the East Coast like Atlanta and I think Charlotte being to be. So what do we grow from? We grow from what we can generate that is a commodity that can be embraced and enjoyed by our public and the region. And so that leads us to some of the big ticket projects that the mayor is putting before us. And so that's kind of like where we are. And we want to have the big ticket projects so that our seniors can continue to call DC their home. They cannot do it unless we have programs in place and resources in place. And that's one of the major reasons why we love hospitality and entertainment, because everybody likes to be happy and jovial and enjoy themselves. And people today will spend resources towards that. So that's one of the main reasons why we push those kinds of activities and projects, so that since we all are going to be seniors, that we all have an opportunity to continue to call DC our home. And I think we frequently forget that when we're talking to different groups of people. We forget that ultimately this is our home. We want to continue to make it our home. So how do we do that? And we know from what has happened recently that in any flick of the bic, so to speak, people can lose their jobs. So we got to have something that keeps our government afloat. So that's why some of what we do is extremely positive. But I hear you about the bike lanes, and I know they're expensive, and I know they're everywhere, and I know they impede in communities. I'm hoping that there will be a pause to that personally, but it's not my committee, so I don't know. But I thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. And thanks to all of our public witnesses today. We are at a point where we can now move to our government witnesses. I think we're blessed. We have two of our public witness groups here. So we'll take the city administrator. I think he is may have an appointment that he needs to do, or thank you very much. All right, this is our first opportunity to swear in our witnesses. And so we'll swear in our government witnesses. So do you swear and affirm that the testimony you provide today to be truthful and complete? All right, thank you. And Mr. Donahue, if you would acknowledge your team that's accompanying you today for the record.
Thank you. I'm Kevin Donahue. I'm here with the Director of the Office of Budget and Performance Management, Jenny Reed, and the Assistant City Administrator, Chris Rodriguez. I'm also here joined by my AFO.
All right. Well, thank you all for being here. And very quickly, the City Administrator's office provides oversight and support to the deputy mayors and the district agencies by increasing government effectiveness through cross-agency and targeted improvement initiatives, including the integration of strategic policy priorities, budgetary planning, and operational directives. Additionally, the city administrator manages the district's performance management activity and organizes multi-agency accountability sessions with the mayor. Guess we want to hear more about that. City administrator reports directly to the mayor and has direct oversight over all operating agencies under the various deputy mayor offices. And so I will stop there, but please know, public, that specifically the Office of the City Administrator has a proposed budget of $10.23 million, which is a reduction of about 1% from FY25. So for FY26, $10.23 million. And they were able to add in their proposal 2 additional FTEs. I look forward to hearing your testimony. Thank you very much for being here. You may begin when you're ready, sir.
Okay, thank you and good afternoon. I'm Kevin Donahue. I have the privilege of serving as the City Administrator for the District of Columbia, and I'm here to discuss my office's proposed fiscal year 2026 budget. Mayor Bowser's fiscal 26 budget invests in a bold, proactive growth agenda to attract new businesses, create new jobs, generate new tax revenue, and quickly grow the local economy. I've also been joined, as I mentioned, by the Director of our Office of Budget and Performance Management, Jenny Reed, and Chris Rodriguez, the Assistant City Administrator, as well as a number of my team members in the audience. The OCA, as I like to call it, and Councilmember Yu did a really outstanding description of what our mission is. It is a central hub for district government operations. So that means we prepare and manage the district's budget like a household balances its checkbook. We monitor agency budgets throughout the year to predict what costs we'll see in coming years, to assess where we see overspending and underspending, and importantly, to evaluate whether programs are using taxpayer dollars effectively. We work closely with the agency to set operational goals, implement the legislative actions and policy decisions of both the mayor and the council. My office is also the hub of coordination for several critical priorities, including reviewing programs to align them with new fiscal realities and analyzing their effectiveness. As you mentioned, the OCA's FY26 budget is proposed to be $10.2 million, consisting entirely of local funds. This includes $9.7 million for personnel service costs, which funds 64 FTEs, an increase of 2 FTEs from last year, and it includes $505,000 in non-personnel service costs, a decrease of $536,000 from FY25. So overall, the OCA's budget will decrease in FY26 by about $109,000, or about 1% of its 25 levels. Now, let me talk a little bit about some of the functions within the OCA, and I'll summarize the impacts that each office makes to the overall mission. The Office of Budget and Performance Management, led by Jenny Reed, leverages data, strategic planning, and innovation to ensure the efficient use of public funds, drive continuous improvements to agency programs and services. The teams responsible for formulating the district's annual budget, both the operating and capital budgets, as well as assessing and developing the annual performance planning process involving agencies throughout government. The team also leads the district's strategic planning and program development work. This year, OBPM added what we call the Good Government Team, dedicating to eliminating redundancies and identifying opportunities for greater operational effectiveness within district government. The team is working to create a grants management database, allowing agencies to process and monitor grants, and OCA to assess performance and impact. This team is also leading the effort to right-size district government's vehicle fleet, streamline our procurement process and maintenance processes. The team that we call the Government Operations, or GovOps team, is led by the Assistant City Administrator and plays a central role in strategically coordinating district government operations, particularly internal service agencies and some of our important external-facing agencies. The GovOps teams works to enhance contracting and procurement process, optimize the use of space in DC leased and owned portfolios, and ensure a unified approach to responsible use of artificial intelligence. By fostering a seamless cross-cluster cooperation and core operations, they drive efficiency, effectiveness, and advance district-wide initiatives. And now the lab at DC, which I know, Councilmember, you asked me about each hearing, does some very important and interesting work. I'll mention just a few of their projects. So the lab worked with DHS, our Human Services Department, since 2017 to evaluate and assess the DC Flexible Rent Subsidy Program. DHS and the mayor plan to expand this program to serve 460 new families in the next fiscal year, supported by strong evidence the lab generated about the program. In other words, we use the lab's work to make a larger bet on its effectiveness in the upcoming budget for an important part of the DHS portfolio. The lab's work also showed that the DC Flex is an effective and a programmatically effective as well as cost-effective tool to reduce residents' need for homeless services. It's an example of how the lab helps us to evaluate programs so that we can use the results to make smarter decisions with our tax dollars. I'm happy to go in question and answer into other projects that they work on. The Office of Racial Equity, led by Dr. Amber Hewitt, is also continuing their work to make government policies and processes more inclusive and to eliminate racial disparities in opportunities, well-being, and in outcomes. ORE provides leadership, guidance, and technical assistance. They promote strategic alignment and coordination, and they strengthen some external partnerships. For example, ORE provides comprehensive training to a large number of DC government's managers, so folks can understand the legacy of opportunities and inequities, and hones their skills in analyzing policies and operations through what we call an equity lens. In FY24, ORE trained 58% of eligible management supervisory service staff and is on track to train a similar number this fiscal year. And I want to highlight one other initiative that spans all of my programs and teams. That is some of the most important work we'll be doing across the next 12 months, so both this fiscal year and in FY26. As you know, we've been focused on reducing district government costs as one way to address funding shortfalls caused by Congress's errors on our FY25 budget and the House's inaction on fixing that legislative error they made. This team is across my office, across all my teams, is initiating an effort to immediately and significantly reduce costs throughout a combination of spending freezes and eliminating unnecessary expenses. Among other actions, we're pausing the hiring of new employees, restricting most agencies' overtime spending, limiting agencies' non-personal spending, restricting their travel and training requests, reducing agencies' energy costs, canceling leases on underutilized vehicles in the district government fleet, and eliminating underutilized landlines in DC government offices. And we're taking this work that we really started as a result of the CR. We'll be continuing it to make sure we put ourselves in a position for next year's formulation for FY27 as controlling cost growth across government and identifying and eliminating efficiencies across government. I'm proud of the work done by the OCA this past year. I'm equally proud of the work in an administration where so many of our agencies and employees go above and beyond in ensuring our residents are well served. We know the upcoming fiscal year will present many challenges. I have full confidence that we'll meet those challenges and excel in moving our city forward. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today about the role of my office in our proposed FY26 budget. I'm available to answer your questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Congratulations on all that you've been able to accomplish under the circumstances in which we are currently living, where it's not by our own that we move forward, but with a resistance from at the federal level. So appreciate that. I wanted to ask about your last statement, and that is the actions that you have promoted and are in place, you know, like the spending freeze and eliminating unnecessary expenses. The hiring of new employees, how long will that freeze be in effect?
Thank you. So the freeze has been in effect since the CR was not eliminated the first time that Congress had to. And it's not a comprehensive freeze. There's a couple of important exceptions made that we made from the beginning. One is it does not stop the hiring of positions that are impacted, that impact life and safety. Mostly that pertains to our public safety cluster. So the hiring of police officers, firefighter, correctional officers. It also does not pertain to our educators. So DCPS was able to and is able to continue with their recruitment for the upcoming fall. It does, however, for example, impact central office at DCPS. So it's the front-facing employees that were waived. So we have a waiver process that goes up first from the agency director to their deputy mayor, then is sent to my budget director, Jenny Reed. There's some what I call self-editing or self-restraint. So agency heads don't send us every position they want to hire. They send us positions they feel like are critical. The deputy mayors provide some vetting for that, and my office does as well. We are keeping the mayor's order in place for now. Since we submitted the budget and we were able to have a balanced 25 supplemental, we've been able to start to approve more waivers than we did before that supplemental was put forward. The reason we haven't lifted the 25 supplement, the mayor's order altogether is that we know there's one more revenue estimate that the CFO has to do this fiscal year. So if that revenue were to go down and the revenue were to go down in 25, we want to be careful with our cash flow. If after that revenue estimate, 25 is not impacted, we'd be able to more fully either remove the mayor's order altogether or much more substantially increase the number of waivers we're approving, and hiring will flow. But until that revenue estimate, we'll keep controls on hiring.
All right, and when we get the revenue estimate on the 30th of June, will there be an announcement either up or down that will be publicly made so that we all consume it and know what to anticipate?
Obviously the revenue estimate will be public, and I think for the hiring and the marriage order shortly after the revenue forecast, we'll have a communication that we send out to both the mayor's cabinet as well as the independent agencies about its effect on the waiver and hiring controls process. And it may be a lifting altogether, or it may be a substantial increase in the hires that are approved.
All right, I would like to request, if we can, let's also make a public announcement so that the public, because, you know, they're that third part that's with us and what we're trying to get done
We can certainly do that.
together. Thank you.
And I'd say that is an important note for folks who've applied for jobs, who are thinking for apply for jobs. We want to make sure they know that we're hiring and then where we're hiring.
Yes, thank you. Canceling leases on underutilized vehicles and eliminating landlines. How's that going?
It's the second year we've done this process. I think this year we're being more aggressive with last year we're very aggressive with seizing and turning back underutilized devices. This year it's vehicles. We still have some landlines. It is going well. What we've done is we work with the Department of Public Works' maintenance team. Cars go in for maintenance, they look at the mileage, and we assess by the mileage how frequently they're being used. And so we sent a list out to every agency, including independent agencies, of vehicles that we believe the mileage used each year does not justify the taxpayer expense towards that vehicle. So we want to take the vehicle back, and what we've been doing is either turning it back into the vendor to have our monthly lease bill go down, or repurposing it to agencies who have put in orders for new vehicles. So we'll say, don't order that vehicle. We have one that's underutilized at a different agency. And we've been getting, I think, very satisfactory cooperation. And my intention, if there's an agency or an independent agency that does not cooperate, when they turn the vehicle in for maintenance, we will not give it back to them.
All right, so you mentioned that I'm trying to find the division that's doing that within your office. The budget, they're concerned with identifying waste. And is that how?
It is, and I'll let Jenny talk in more detail, but what I want to sort of distinguish, what we've learned, we in the past, we had our budget team, the small but mighty budget team, really focus on what we call summer projects, where they would focus on areas to have efficiencies and improvements that took longer than the budget process allowed for. What we found, though, is that our budget process never ends. For example, we couldn't submit this budget until a few weeks ago. We typically are done in March with that process, sometimes in late February. So we wanted to have a few people that did not have the daily or weekly burden of maintaining formulation, monitoring the details of execution, that really could work for a longer stretch of time at a more deep issue of inefficiency that then feeds into the budget process.
Good afternoon, council member. So just to add on to what the city administrator said, we learn a lot through the budget formulation process about problems that are arising or areas where we see there's probably some redundancy or savings. But as the city administrator mentioned, the team that's doing the budget formulation process for the mayor is working on that every day, and it's a very time-consuming process. We don't have time to stop and sort of work on the long-term fixes that need to happen over many months in order to make these kinds of changes. So it's been great to have the additional support and folks who can take the ideas that are discovered during the formulation process and then work across deputy mayor clusters, across agencies to make reforms and changes that will eventually result in cost savings and better operations.
All right, and so these are in addition to your FTEs, your 64 FTEs. These are other folk who are in other agencies, divisions of our government that prepare the information and send it to the budget team.
It's a good question. So the effort will be led and organized and facilitated by FTEs within those 64. And they will be FTEs that report to Jenny Reed, because they'll be sort of side by side with the budget team. Because a lot of the information and honestly, a lot of the expertise and knowledge to identify waste and inefficiency really resides at the agency level, we'll have multi-agency teams. So imagine a member of that team that works at the Department of Public Works. They're not coming full time. They might come to a meeting once every 2 weeks as part of that effort, say around fleet cost reduction. And the facilitation, the coordination, the analysis, much of that'll be done, but within the 64 FTEs. And it'll be employees that report to Jenny Reed.
All right, I kind of get it. Back in the day, the city administrator's office has been organized in several different ways. I guess I'm thinking too that what happens with the deputy mayor structure? They should have some say in all of this, or in knowledge, or do we just announce to them what we're doing?
No, so actually we put the projects into 3 categories. One category actually is projects that really are contained entirely within a deputy mayor's cluster. And the deputy mayors will, and their staffs will do honestly the bulk of the work around it. Now, my team will still track that. They'll still make sure those meetings happen. A second category are elements that exist only within really one agency. And so that is a project that we would work in the formulation part to shape with the agency, but we'd say, okay, now come back with recommendations with this. In the budget formulation, for example, we work closely with OCA DOT, as did their deputy mayor, on how to change cost growth within the DOT function. My office's role was making sure we engage with their work product, making sure they were hitting our timelines, but that was done by the agency and the deputy mayors. Then there's work, and this is the third category, that cuts across every agency. So lease costs, energy usage, the use of overtime expenses, in which is not one deputy mayor, but it's multiple. And those are projects that will not only be tracking and assigning and engaging with, like we will everything, but we'll be project managing those projects as a deputy mayor would for something entirely within there. So we're going to assign it based on how expansive the scope of the project is. My team and this team working for Jenny will track all of it, but they'll really project manage only the ones that cut across multiple clusters. But you can ask me at future hearings about any of the work that they do, and as will probably a committee counterpart of yours over a particular policy area. But all of it's fair game for you.
Yes, I appreciate hearing this because, as you know, at the council, there's considerable thought given to needing a unit that would track expenses, expenditures really to very detailed level. And as far as I'm concerned, any tracking must include the issue of trying to identify maybe duplication, waste. And so I'm curious as to what you're doing. Perhaps we don't have to duplicate at the council level. So just wanted to know a little more about that.
Can I want to, I'm going to have Jenny mention some of the projects they're doing, but let me speak to the, this idea of, I've heard it take the form of like an expenditure commission. I can't speak more strongly against, not only would it not be helpful, it would honestly detract and distract from people whose time is valuable. For example, who do you think they're going to have to ask work product from? The woman to my left, Jenny Reed, the agency AFOs. I have seen commissions, there's often very smart, dedicated people on them. They are not going to know more than the people who work in DC government or for my team for how to save money, or honestly, some of the budget folks that work in the council budget office. If there is a need and desire to have an independent look, Daniel Lucas in the Office of the Inspector General they don't just do investigations, they have a whole suite of work product that is on management reviews, where they will look at areas of inefficiency, not fraud or criminal abuse, but just inefficiency, lack of control. So the council has its own auditor too, Kathy Patterson, with a team that does reviews of agencies. So I would say if there's an area that the council identifies that they want a look at, first of all, engage with my team. It may be something we're looking at. If you want it to be looked at independent, I would engage with the OIG, whose work is independent, it is outstanding, and there's a whole line of work devoted to that kind of management assessment that relate to inefficiency.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. And I don't think we, in this budget meeting, we need to go any further, but just wanted to put it out there. You know, as always, I have some ideas and I just wanted to see where you were on that. So thank you. Thank you very much for that. I wanted to ask about can you tell us a little more about who supervises and how it is supervised? And that's the lab DC. What, because that's where the bulk of your staff is, correct?
It is, and it is supervised by Director Reed, and she'll talk into the oversight we do of that team.
Thank you, council member. So the Office of Budget and Performance Management really has sort of 4 teams within it. There is the budget team, there's the performance team, the lab at DC team, and the good government team. Okay. And they all work together really to help us make sure that we are being good stewards of taxpayer dollars, that we're using resources efficiently, and we're able to dig into issues or problems to make sure that programs and services are delivering the outcomes that the mayor intends them to deliver. So the lab at DC is a group of folks that really brings the insights and practices from academia into government. So they are folks that work on really long-term changes that require 6 to 8 months of intensive work, either to evaluate whether something is working or to help design something when it is launched so that it's more easily usable by the public. They also give us insights into data and evidence for existing programs or programs that are being proposed, so we can have a good sense of whether or not we know that there's been studies done to know if they work in other places. So the projects are really determined again through the budget formulation process, either programs that we're launching that we want a rigorous evaluation on. A good example of that is the Career Map program. That's a new program that was designed by the Department of Human Services. It's a 5-year program meant to help low-income residents as they earn their income, not sort of lose benefits very, very quickly, right? You've probably heard the term benefit cliff, where you earn another dollar of income and you suddenly lose all your childcare, right? It's not a good incentive the way some of the programs at the federal level are structured to encourage people to increase their income. So this 5-year pilot program is designed to remove those barriers and really see how can we help people get along. But we're attaching and embedding a rigorous evaluation so that not only do we think about designing the program with insights and expertise from research at the forefront, we're tracking the implementation and learning along the way. And then we're looking back to see, is this a good use of taxpayer dollars and should we keep investing it? And an example of one where we actually have made an investment and continue to do so is the nurse triage line through the 911 system. That started as a pilot program. The lab at DC evaluated it. It is now embedded into our practices, and it's a best practice across the country.
Can I mention one other just work? Because it's important that this work not seem detached from really practical problems when we talk about ideas from academia. They did work extensively with the fire department around helping shape, developing risk assessment scores for buildings based on whether they have qualities that would make those buildings more at risk of a fire. And then helping the inspection teams prioritize and shape their inspections aligned with where there's the greatest risk. And that involves a level of expertise that would combine where we've had fires and everything that we know across all the city agencies about buildings, Department of Buildings being a significant part of that. And in doing that, they identified qualities that made buildings more at risk of fire and less at risk of fire. They would take those qualities and apply them not in an abstract sense, but to each building in the district that's a multi-unit building, either commercial or residential, and then work closely with the fire department really over the course of a year to help shape that where we have limited fire inspection resources. We know that are going to the buildings that have the greatest fire risk, and therefore the benefit of those inspections will be the greatest to the DC resident. And that's a skill set that like the fire department and DOB themselves would not have. There's not enough of that to justify a fire department having a FTE devoted to that. But this team can work with all those departments to have a really practical, effective work product.
Thank you very much for sharing that, particularly learning about the risk assessment program. So it leads me to asking whether or not and what kind of scores did they give to senior buildings, those that house seniors, maybe like public housing or assisted living, which is now into the more health arena, nursing homes. And I ask because seems to me we would want to know what the risk assessment is for those buildings, because they tend to be some of our residents that are least able to move quickly, or sometimes to even identify when something is going on that is against their health or their welfare.
I don't at the ready have on hand the assessments
Okay.
of any particular building or type. I will say that the assessment identified, and this will seem intuitive when I say it, but it's applied individually to a building in a more precise way. But the more people that are cooking in a building, there's a greater fire risk because of the number of fires that are started that start with cooking. Buildings that have more recent permits issued by the Department of Buildings have a less fire risk. There's typically associated with some kind of improvement or upgrade that may have been intended for fire prevention, but even if it hasn't, it typically means older equipment and materials are being replaced by newer equipment and materials. But we're happy to follow up afterwards if there's any
I would
particular review you
really
want us to
appreciate
go
that,
into that.
because you just said to me that a building like the one at on 14th and Rhode Island, where we have the senior assisted living program, and I happen to know that the ambulatory customers are on the top floor and the windows don't open and the bars are on the windows there, that should be considered a risk, because the only way they can get down is if the elevator works or they have to go downstairs. Then I have the Strand, which is new out in Deanwood, so it should be in better shape. I want to see what those scores might look like. And I think that's important because I made a commitment to our senior community that we are going to make sure that they have quality living and that this is their home, their community, and we're going to do what we have to do to keep them here. That's all they desire. And, we're not talking about a lot. We're not talking about a lot of time. And so I want to make sure that if we can, as a government, that we actually do just that. They're feeling very much left out of the scenario of, I talked to them about growth and amusements and all this, and that's well and good. They just want to know that they'll have their home and that they'll have food, and that they will not continue to have to feel isolated. So just wanted to get that. So thank you very much for that. I know Kevin made a note of that. Okay. Well, as the city administrator, it's very hard to examine you at budget time because your dollars are pretty much laid out. We have to have a city administrator office and the services that you provide as a coordinating function for all of our government. So it's really kind of hard to say, maybe you have too many FTEs here or too many dollars there. Um, let's see. Thank you very much for your appearance with us today. Thank you very much.
It's always a
And to your
pleasure. Thank
team,
you.
and to you.
Thank you.
I know we surprised you, but you're lucky today. You're- We're gonna make sure. Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that they'll do a public summary. You got this escape by the skin of your teeth. I, I figured it was no need in asking questions then. Thank you, thank you, Denise. Thank you. Oh, Next, we will hear from the Department of Employment Services. We've been joined by the director and her team. And very quickly, I will just mention that the Department of Employment Services is the lead labor and workforce development agency for the district with a vast array of programs and services available to both employees and to job seekers and employers. Through its Office of Youth Programs and its Division of State Initiatives, it offers training programs and services to ensure that young district residents have the skills and qualifications to gain meaningful, stable, and well-paying employment. It also houses adult programs such as Project Empowerment and the DC Infrastructure Academy, both of which are popular and successful programs with which help get DC adult residents jobs. And of course, through the Labor Standards Division, it ensures the administration of 4 comprehensive programs that serve workers at their place of employment. And finally, the division within the district's labor laws, such as minimum wage, and administers the district's workforce compensation program to provide benefits to non-government employees with employment-related injuries or illnesses. It administers the district's unemployment insurance, universal paid and medical leave programs, and it provides income support to unemployed or underemployed district residents. And the proposed budget for FY26 is an allocation of $181.6 million and 877 FTEs, both representing a reduction from FY25 budget levels. So I look forward to discussing this and more with the director. And so I will ask her if she'll raise her right hand. We will swear her in and her team. Do you swear and affirm that the information you provide for us today to be truthful and complete?
I do.
Thank you very much. And you can begin when you're ready.
Okay. Well, good afternoon, Chairperson Bonds, council members, and staff of the Committee on Executive Administration and Labor. My name is Dr. Unique Morris Hughes, and I am the Director of the DC Department of Employment Services. I'm honored to testify before you today on Mayor Bowser's fiscal year 2026 budget and financial plan, Grow DC. Mayor Bowser's FY26 Grow DC budget is a strategic financial plan designed to foster a more robust and inclusive economy that will support our city services and programs for years to come. It is a direct investment in the future of the district, and DOES is a key partner in its endeavor. Our mission is to connect district residents with meaningful employment is more critical than ever as we work to implement a sound budget for a strong future. This budget doubles down on what works, innovates in the face of new challenges, and ensures our efforts are far-reaching. Our approach is twofold: equip our residents with the skills and support they need to succeed, and provide our businesses with the talent pipeline they need to grow and prosper in the district. Our FY26 budget makes critical investments in our workforce development programs to ensure that district residents are prepared to fill these new roles. DOES's FY26 proposed operating budget of $181.6 million is comprised of $68.6 million in local funding, $47.5 million in federal funds, and $64.3 million in special purpose revenue funds. In addition to our operating budget, the agency also administers the Workers' Compensation Fund, the Unemployment Compensation Fund, the Unemployment Insurance Trust Fund, and the Universal Paid Leave Fund. It is through these combined resources that DOES will continue to connect district residents, job seekers, and employers to opportunities and resources that empower fair, safe, and effective working communities. The future of our city's workforce is our youth. The Mayor Marion S. Berry Summer Youth Employment Program provides our youth with their first work experience and a crucial entry point into the labor market. First, this budget reaffirms our commitment to MBSYEP and creating safe and constructive spaces for our youth, specifically providing an estimated 12,000 young residents with enriching and constructive summer work experiences over 6 weeks at over 725 host sites. Additionally, the Marion Barry Youth Leadership Institute will provide 6 weeks of leadership development and community service projects for 400 youth during the summer, with an additional 80 youth participants during this year-round school programming. Finally, our very popular Career Ready Early Scholars Program, which we like to call CRESP, which serves youth ages 9 to 13, provides opportunities to engage in career exploration. And for the first time, this program extends for the full 6 weeks, ensuring a diverse hands-on experience for all participants in the areas of healthcare, IT, STEM, entrepreneurship, cybersecurity, public safety, robotics, utility, and construction. Our commitment to the district's youth extends beyond the summer. We will empower 1,000 high school students with invaluable career-shaping internships through our high school internship program, giving them a critical head start on their professional journey. Furthermore, we'll provide a comprehensive launchpad to success for 175 young adults between the ages of 22 and 24 who are currently disconnected from school and work, offering them occupational training, counseling, vital internship placements, ensuring that they are reconnected to opportunity and can contribute to our growing economy. We will continue to partner with the Workforce Investment Council to identify the industries with the most significant growth potential, such as technology and healthcare. We are thankful that the strategic investments made in prior years placed us in an advantageous position to continue providing access to in-demand jobs, furthering impactful connections between employers and job seekers, and creating earn and learn opportunities. Our budget will fund industry-specific training programs, apprenticeships, and on-the-job training opportunities that provide residents with credentials and experience needed to compete for these family-sustaining careers. Over the past year, DOES has driven transformative innovations that are reshaping workforce development in the district. In FY26, we will build on this momentum by strategically investing federal and local funds to expand these high-impact initiatives. Our goal is not just to train individuals for jobs, but to build a career ecosystem that supports our key industries and creates lasting prosperity for our residents. A cornerstone of this strategy is our focus on apprenticeships, a proven model for building skilled and dedicated talent. We're proud of our recent partnership with Amtrak, which is creating a new pathway into skilled rail occupations. And in May of 2025, we proudly launched the first in the region registered apprenticeship for AI data annotators, placing the district at the forefront of the technology economy. Our commitment to innovation is reflected in our work to expand our apprenticeship portfolio. We're focused on growing beyond our current 318 sponsors and increasing our ranks of 6,300 registered apprentices. This includes funding of 100 youth apprenticeships and pre-apprenticeship opportunities to ensure our young people have early access to these career-building pathways. We're also using this model to build the next generation of public servants. Our Pathways of Public Service Apprenticeship Program is creating a direct pipeline into district government. This past year, the program successfully placed 25 participants across 11 agencies, and this month, 24 of them will complete their apprenticeship. We will continue this momentum in FY26 by placing 21 new apprentices across 12 district and quasi-governmental agencies. Complementing this, our newly launched College Fellowship Program is already providing 29 recent graduates with professional experience. To meet the critical needs of our healthcare sector, we'll continue to champion the DC Alliance for Healthcare Careers. This alliance is central to our healthcare workforce strategy, opening pathways for over 100 residents to obtain the vital credentials that serve as their entry point into in-demand healthcare careers through premier partners like Howard University, Trinity University, and MedStar Georgetown. Through the Capital Workforce Innovation Consortium, we will provide 150 district residents with job training and experience in high-demand IT and skilled trade occupations. And to ensure residents have every opportunity to gain practical skills, we will increase our on-the-job training and work experience placements, providing these opportunities to 250 participants through our federal workforce funding. Our multi-pronged strategy creates direct pathways to careers for all residents, regardless of their starting point. This involves targeted skill training in high-growth sectors, intensive support for those facing the greatest hurdles, and direct connections to employers who are hiring now. The DC Infrastructure Academy remains a pillar of this strategy, serving as a direct talent pipeline for the sectors that are rebuilding our nation. This year, we will train 350 participants in fields with immediate hiring needs, including IT, energy, commercial driving. We're not just training residents, we are building their careers from day one. This is why in FY26, we will provide approximately 30 DCIA graduates with paid 4-month internships across a range of district government agencies and partner organizations, including OCTO, DGS, Technogrid, DHS, and CFSA, giving participants the critical hands-on experience needed to launch their careers in public service and in the IT field. In FY26, I'm proud to say that we're on track to open DCIA at Spingarn High School. The new facility will not only provide a robust, dedicated space to provide us with future infrastructure training, but it will activate as a historical building with long ties to our community. At the same time, we remain steadfast in our commitment to our most vulnerable residents. Excuse me. Project Empowerment continues to be our lifeline for those who have faced significant barriers, such as prior incarceration. We know that a job is more than just a paycheck. It is a foundation for stability and dignity. This is why Project Empowerment provides a holistic model of support, wrapping participants in the services they need to succeed. In FY25, we'll be providing over 1,300 participants with comprehensive job readiness training, life skills training, dedicated case management, coaching, or subsidized work experience to build a bridge to permanent employment. Our Office of First Source Compliance is a key component in ensuring district residents are prioritized for hire in both construction and non-construction jobs funded with district dollars or resources. This program has been integral to the district strategy to reduce unemployment and keep more district resources in DC. In calendar year 2024, 1,806 positions were created on First Source projects and contracts, with 951 of those new positions filled by district residents. The First Source requirements are important, robust levers to economic development in the district, and we will continue to partner with employers to ensure we build a district's workforce ready to fill the jobs created by First Source projects. Beyond creating new opportunities, a core function of DOE is to provide the essential pillars of economic security that allow our workforce and our economy to thrive, even during times of uncertainty. The Grow DC budget ensures that we can continue to expertly administer the district's unemployment insurance program, paid family leave, workers' compensation, and wage and hour programs. These are not just safety nets. They are vital components of a modern and resilient economy. Our commitment includes the diligent administration of the district's workers' compensation program. This program is fundamental to a stable business environment, providing a fair and efficient system that protects both employees who are injured on the job and employers who are essential to our city's growth. By ensuring a reliable process for resolving claims, we help maintain and secure a predictable climate for all. Since January of 2025, we've seen an increase in unemployment insurance claims from both former federal government employees and private sector workers. Our team is meeting this demand with efficiency and purpose, pursuing timely adjudication for all claimants. But we're not stopping there. We see this not as a challenge, but as an opportunity to connect talent with new careers. We have been proactively engaging these job seekers to ensure their period of unemployment is as short as possible by connecting them to resources and services offered through the American Job Center and Career Ready DC. Furthermore, we have a fiduciary responsibility to protect the integrity of the UI trust funds. So far in FY25, our UI tax collection unit demonstrated remarkable success, increasing its collection and compliance rate to secure 11.6 million, a significant increase from the previous year. This achievement, driven by strategic enforcement and data-driven targeting, safeguards the long-term solvency for the fund for all district workers. The Office of Paid Family Leave has adjudicated over 83,000 claims, paying out over $130 million in benefits in FY24 and another $98 million so far in FY25. We will continue to administer this program efficiently and implement any changes effectively. The Office of Wage and Hour administers and enforces 10 major DC labor laws using a strategic enforcement approach that balances proactive education with robust investigation. Our team works with community partners on outreach while also conducting investigations based on complaints, including anonymous tips. The Office of Wage and Hour has the statutory authority to launch its own inquiries and require employers to provide payroll records for their entire staff, ensuring a fair and thorough process. When violations are found, we order employers to pay back wages and damages to affected workers, as well as penalties to the Wage Theft Fund. Our office is fundamentally committed to protecting the district's most vulnerable workers, providing them with information and first-class customer service in their preferred language. In closing, this Grow DC budget empowers our agency to build a more prosperous and growing district. We are keenly aware of the headwinds facing the district, including significant changes proposed at the federal level. Our team is prepared to navigate these transitions effectively, and we're committed to ensuring that district residents continue to receive uninterrupted, high-quality services. It continues to be my great pleasure and privilege to serve as the director of this agency and to lead a team of dedicated public servants. I'd like to acknowledge and thank the dedicated DOES staff who work tirelessly and enthusiastically to serve our district residents and businesses on a daily basis. Chairperson Bonds, this concludes my testimony. I'm happy to address any questions that you have. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I wanted to start by asking, can you update us on the status of the pandemic emergency unemployment federal grant money for FY25? I think you have some.
So all of the pandemic funding, if not expired, is about to sunset. And so I don't believe we have any pandemic funding that we are allowed to spend. I know states just received notification that all of those grants were sunsetting. So I don't think that there's any dollars left to expend there.
Okay. I for some reason, I thought they were sunsetting maybe December.
June 30th?
Well, June 30th was the original date, but is that the date that you still have?
Yeah, it's June 30th, and a couple of pandemic era grants have already expired. We received notice, I think after the expiration date in May, or after the date they rescinded earlier, terminated early the grant that it was expired.
All right, can we get a copy of those notices that you have for those grants?
Yes.
Okay, when we're trading barrels, I want to make sure it ain't there, you know what I mean?
Yes. No, I mean, and even the funding from the pandemic, it is connected to pandemic claims or pandemic policies. So even if there was a few dollars there, it's not available to spend anymore.
Okay, yes, please, if we could get that, that'll be,
sure,
that'll help us. What is the rate of rehiring for those that receive UI? Is it 2 months? They usually get a job in 2 months, 6 months, a year? Or do you have records that would speak to that?
So that's not a data point that I have readily available, but I can tell you, and I've shared this in previous hearings, there are specific groups of people that are unemployed. There is the group that is recently unemployed where there's a reasonable expectation in 6 to 8 months that they will return back to work. That's one group. There is a chronically unemployed, which means they cycle in and out of the system. We also have long-term unemployed, which means for more than a period of 2 to 3 years, they have not been in the labor market. So that is how I define or operationalize the subgroups in our unemployment population. I will have to ask our labor economists if there is some data that is available there. That's not a question I'm typically asked, but I'll see if there are any data available.
All right,
that we
and
can
you
share.
say you currently have reasonably likely to return, and that's 6 to 8 months.
Sure, yes, that's right.
And then the chronically is within a year or thereabouts?
Yes, so think of the chronically unemployed as maybe, and these are folks that cycle in and out of the season. They may work like seasonal or temp jobs. They're not in the labor market consistently, but they're cycling in and out during periods of high employment and like temporary, like seasonal temporary job opportunities.
Okay. Can you talk to us a little bit about, you mentioned on, I think it's like page 1, you talk about your operating budget and what have you. You mentioned that about 36% of the current operating proposed budget is in special purpose revenue funds. What are those special purpose revenue funds?
So that's the workers' compensation fund, the unemployment compensation fund, the unemployment insurance trust fund, and the universal paid leave trust fund.
And those funds, at least 2 of those are federal dollars, correct?
One is federal. The other, the workers' compensation fund is not federal, but it is governed very tightly by the workers' compensation statute.
Okay, just want to make sure. I was very interested in sort of analyzing how many of our young people are engaged in employment or opportunities to learn some skills training. And I appreciate so much the 12,000 summer employment program, of course, and then the Leadership Institute 400 this summer, and then 80 you expect year round. And then, of course, the fact that we're expanding the Career Ready Early Scholars Program for the 9 to 13-year-olds. What numbers are you anticipating would be the membership for that particular program?
For the CRUS
Yes.
program, I think we're at about 550.
550.
Don't forget, we have the high school internship. That's 1,000 young
Well,
people.
that's the next one on my list. But
Okay.
yes, the high school. Okay, that's about 1,000. Yes, as you stated here. And I was just wondering, what amount of budget dollars do you estimate would be needed to guarantee a job to every 17 to 20-year-old graduate that is not currently enrolled in higher education, not planning on going on to college or trade school? Do you, based on the numbers that you would think we would count for that?
So every 17 to 24
To
year-
20, 17 to 20, because you've got programs for 22 through.
Ooh, that's a,
Could you take a stab at that and get back to me in a few days?
sure. Let me ask the team to see if we can
Yes.
put our finger on how many are in that population of 17 to 20.
Yeah, that would be graduates. now. So that
Graduates.
means they're in school and anticipating that they would be graduating.
Okay, graduates from high
Yeah.
school.
Yeah,
Okay,
exactly.
yeah.
That would be helpful because we pretty much have something for everyone else to do along this road, except for the kindergartners. We're not dealing with them, but
Not yet.
but a way, I know, exactly. But a way for folk to capture
Yeah.
and begin to address some of their need. And getting a job, being introduced to career is so important to your success in the so-called adult world, as we call it.
Yep, no, we'll take a stab at that and I'll figure out how many is in that population.
All right. I appreciate that. I have been joined by a fellow committee member, Council Member Lewis George, and I'm sure she wants to dig right in and recognizing there's a little special person that would be wanting to see her soon. I will ask her if she will go now.
Dr. Hughes knows all too well that that grind. I watched her do it fabulously. So I'm now happy to be joining the ranks
Yes.
of balancing all of that,
Well,
all of the
I'm
things.
on my way to a mother-daughter tea. So
Look
that's
at
what I'm,
that.
that's the next thing I'm rushing to get out of here for.
I love
so.
it. I love it. Well, thank you first to Chairperson Vaughn for convening this hearing and to Director Morris Hughes for you and to your team for being here today to discuss the fiscal year 26 budget and 25 supplemental budget for DOES. This has been an unprecedented year, and I want to recognize and thank DOES for the work you've done to address the needs of thousands of district residents who were impacted by federal layoffs and the economic impact of sort of Trump Doge's economy. My constituent services team just let me know that, we've reached out a number of times just to get support or help, and you all have been great at just helping individuals navigate, getting us answers back if they had outstanding issues, and we just truly appreciate that partnership and your help doing that. I was pleased to see an increase of workforce investments in the fiscal year 26 budget because I know that investing in DC's workforce is really investing in the future and will always have return dividends. And I'm truly grateful, even in this tough budget, we're still sustaining Marion Barry Summer Youth Leadership Program as an important part of what we do here in the district and our values. You know that my only deep concern and that many Ward 4 residents have raised about the proposed benefit cuts and changes to universal paid leave. Universal paid leave, as you know and agree, helps improve health outcomes and ensures economic stability when families encounter the inevitable life events that nearly all of us will experience at some point in our lives, whether it's welcoming a new child or caring for an ill loved one or managing our own serious illness. The ability to be there for a family member or to care for oneself, I think, is a right everyone should have. And I think for far too long, there have been wide gaps in sort of who has access to paid leave and who doesn't. I think the proposed cuts will reduce the amount of leave residents can take and reduce the maximum allowance and reduce revenue going into the fund. And I think studies have shown that for the people who need paid leave most, offering less leave or leave that does not adequately replace wages, I think poses barriers to being able to take leave or sets families on a path of economic insecurity. I believe that we can find a way to preserve the sustainability of the program and meet the needs of district families. And so my first set of questions will be shaped around that. I've heard from constituents and experts that the fund is underutilized because of barriers making it hard to access. For example, residents have been unable to access medical leave because they can't gather the required documentation from the medical provider due to issues with the medical provider portal. But like you, I also want to strengthen the long-term financial health of the fund, and in the projected revenues and expenditures submitted with fiscal year 26 BSA, we can see that the fund balance diminishes with each year. Here's my question. Doesn't the budget proposal to decrease the payroll contribution to the UPL fund to 0.72% jeopardize the health of the fund, especially if the fund is already underutilized?
Yeah, so thank you for your question, Councilmember Lewis George. So the reduction of the tax rate does reduce revenue to the fund.
Yes.
And, you know, I think the thought here is that as there is a proposed downward shift of benefits, decreasing the revenue to the fund right sizes it. So you won't be collecting more revenue and then administering less benefits. There'll be a reduction in both, but it does reduce revenue, yes.
And the financial plan impact shows that the mayor's proposed changes to UPL would, I guess, be a wash when it comes to savings. I guess it would reduce the cost of benefits by 18.5 million, but then it would also reduce revenue by 18.3 million. So, I guess so I have to push on the point. What's the rationale for these changes when they don't really result in much of an overall savings? It seems like we're reducing benefits because revenue in the fund decreases under the mayor's budget proposal.
So there would be a $20 million decrease in $20 million decrease for the program for each fiscal year. And that is a combination of a few things. One, it's the tax rate. So that's reducing revenue. It's also the maximum weekly benefit reduction going from $1,153 to $1,000 even. I think that attributes to a good share of the funding. And then it changes to the number of weeks and benefits. So there is it does appear that it almost becomes a neutral, you know, impact in terms of a reduction of benefits, but overall there is a $20 million decrease for the program. So there is essentially a cost savings of $20 million per year.
That's okay. You're seeing that as a cost savings in that regard.
Yes.
The proposed fiscal year 26 budget calls for a 5.4 million reduction in resources and FTEs for paid family leave, with 4 million of these reductions falling under PFL administration. Are these changes solely based on the mayor's proposed reduction of PFL benefits?
I'm not sure I'm following. I'm not sure I'm following the question. Is the $5.4 million reduction to the administration of the fund? There's a part that I didn't catch there in your question.
I guess is it happening because of the mayor's proposed reduction of PFL benefits? Is that the only reason sort of that we're seeing a reduction in resources and FTEs for PFL?
Yes. So the entire program has taken a cut. Now I will tell you in terms of FTEs, those are vacant positions that are being cut. So there are currently positions that are not being utilized.
That's what but none of the people who were in the who are doing that work, no one was let go as well, right? Okay,
that's correct. There are vacancies that are being cut. Now there is NPS that's being cut as well, in which we are still working on developing a spend plan and what that would look like. But there are vacancies that are cut.
Understood. Okay, that's helpful. Paid family leave provides low-income families with sort of economic stability with family caregiving need or personal medication needs arises. Kaiser Family Foundation polling found that more than 40% of Americans have, I guess, healthcare debt, and Black Americans are far more likely than people of other racial and ethnic groups to report having medical debt, which can really devastate families for years. Has DOES examined to what extent reducing the maximum duration of benefits to 6 weeks for caregiving and 8 weeks for medical leave will contribute to economic instability, especially for the district's aging population and its communities of color?
So we have, and based on the data we have, and I'm gonna isolate my answer to family and medical because the maternity and prenatal don't change. But for family, we found that on average, a claimant utilizes 5 weeks, 5.9 weeks of paid family leave. And on medical, we found that claimants utilize 7 weeks of leave. And so this tracks to the proposed reduction of going to 6 weeks and then 8 weeks for family and medical respectively.
Got it. Okay. So you guys sort of base that on like what your average
The utilization
average
rate.
utilization rate.
Yes.
Understood.
Yes.
And is that utilization differ by income?
That's not an analysis that I have, but I could certainly ask our labor economists if there's any data on income.
On income and that correlation. Okay, thank you.
Any other demographic, subgroup demographic that we could definitely ask.
Great. That would be that's something that I would be interested in seeing, just to make sure that we're not creating any economic instability that would impact really the aging population and communities of color specifically is what I'm looking at. Regarding the maximum benefit caps, what percentage of claims in fiscal year 24 or fiscal year 25 had a weekly benefit of more than 1,000, which is the maximum capped as proposed in the fiscal year 26 BSA?
You all have that data? Let me see if my team has that that information.
Okay, and it's the percentage of claims in fiscal year 24 or fiscal year 25 that had a weekly benefit of more than 1,000, which is now the maximum cap as proposed in the fiscal year 26 BSA.
Yep. Let me see if we can provide that.
Okay.
You're working on it. Okay. All right. They're gonna have to get back to me with that answer, but we may be able to have it before the end of the hearing.
Okay, I only have 2 questions left. Can I finish up? Thank you. So I can leave. There is already a provision within the Universal Pay Leave Amendment Act that adjusts, I think, the weekly benefit to the CPI, but also provides that the CFO must sort of certify the funds that are sufficient to implement any increase. Given that, I guess, what's the rationale for implementing a permanent cap that locks in maximum benefits at the 2020 level that will not rise with inflation?
So the FY26 Grow DC budget was really developed on this premise of one, navigating in a really difficult economy and trying to control costs. And so the reduction of 1,000, a reduction to 1,000 and then maxing out at 1,000 was to try to keep costs under control and manageable. So that was the thinking and logic
behind it.
Okay. And we'll get the date. If I can't get it before we leave here today, I'll make sure your offices have it.
Okay, thank you. Last question. I wanted to ask just about the administration of the Short-Term Disability Insurance Benefit Protection Amendment Act that we extended here at the council. Has DOES received any inquiries, outreach, or indications of hardship from insurance companies regarding the district's protection for workers from companies offsetting short-term disability benefit policies? And has DOES received outreach from workers seeking clarity on their rights to, I guess, access both the Universal Pay Leave Program benefits and their own company's sort of short-term disability insurance policies, either simultaneously or consecutively?
So prior to the passing of the short-term disability legislation, we would regularly get outreach from claimants about short-term disability and navigating the benefit, the paid family leave benefit. I will tell you, DSB is probably better positioned to answer the outreach from businesses and insurance companies versus DOES.
Yeah.
Because they're our partner in that space. But it is a question we get from claimants. We got it before the legislation. We still do, still do now.
Got it. So I guess it sounds like it's not causing a problem from the people who are reaching out to you, essentially.
No, I mean, I would say it's a mixed bag of, thank you. I would say it's a mixed bag of concerns.
Okay.
Right? And so I think the biggest question is, how do people navigate it? You know, there is a bit, and again, I can't really speak to the business side. Disney would have to respond to that. But on the claimant side, I think there is education needed both from their employer, and then we are here to help navigate the paid family leave benefit itself. But I can't tell you with certainty, you know, one way or the other.
Gotcha.
If it's problematic. I do have some data from my team here. On the parental leave, 52.3% of the claimants utilizing that leave received over $1,000 in their maximum weekly benefit. On the medical leave, 21.7% received over $1,000. On the family leave, 15.3% received over $1,000. You didn't ask about prenatal, but you know, I'm very proud of prenatal.
That's
I think
right.
all moms should have prenatal care and access to leave. 29% receive over $1,000.
Okay. So the group that would be hit the hardest with sort of the change, it looks like is the group,
Parental leave, but the parental leave isn't in.
that one's not in parental and.
So all of the benefit categories max out at $1,000 in the proposed FY26 budget. And so the parental leave would be the largest impacted group.
That's what I was trying to get to.
52.3%.
Got it. That's exactly what I was trying to get at. Who would be the most impacted group? Thank you for that information. That's very helpful. Thank you, Councilmember Bonds. I think it sounds like we can go ahead and make permanent our short-term disability insurance amendment act. Sounds like.
Well, talk to Disney, because you know I can't
Okay.
answer for Disney, but make sure you
let's talk to Disney, but let's work together. It sounds like things are going well, so maybe we could get that permanent done. With that, thank you all so much.
Thank you.
And look forward to continue to work with you.
Thank you so much.
And thank you very much for that question. It's my question number 16.
Oh,
If you
okay.
could discuss. So thanks. We're ahead of it now. Well, since members of the public are possibly tuned in for clarification purposes, can you explain the nuances between universal paid leave fund and the paid family leave? Because people get very confused.
Yes. So the Universal Paid Family Leave program or fund is for private sector district workers. The other paid family leave program that is being talked about this budget cycle applies to DC government workers. I should also clarify, for the Universal Paid Family Leave program, federal workers are not included. Are not included. So this is for private sector District of Columbia workers. You must work physically in the District of Columbia at least 51% of the time.
Okay, thank you. That's very important. I heard you about your time, so we'll try to let's talk a little bit about First Source.
Sure.
And yeah. According to DC Code 2-219.34A4, you are required to produce a quarterly report regarding the Office of First Source Compliance. The semi-annual report from July 1, 2022 through December 31, 2022 have been posted on the website. So when does the agency expect to publish the remainder of the reports through December 31, 2024? Because The report I just referenced, July 1, 2022 to December 31, 2022, was just recently published, I think like a week ago. So when should the others be expected?
So I have all of the reports on my desk. My team is awaiting the approval. I will have them all approved by Friday and out the door. They are all on my desk.
All right,
So you can put that one on
all
me.
right. Thank you. We then will be in compliance. Okay.
They're
So
all done though.
they're all done.
Yeah.
All right. And do you use an outside vendor to pull the data together, or is it in-house?
We do the data in-house.
In-house. Do you conduct a closeout report for completed construction projects?
We do, yes.
Okay. And does it contain information that shows that you've tracked as it relates to current staff?
To current staff.
Mm-hmm.
So no, well, okay. So the closeout report is a letter that outlines to the company in which we're communicating to what their compliance status is. Now, there are very few, but they do exist, operational first source agreements where it's not a construction project that's ended where we are doing a closeout report, but we do have reporting ongoing for projects that tend to be non-construction but have an operational phase or requirement to it. Does that make sense? So construction projects close after the construction's completed, but
Okay.
there are some other projects that are ongoing. In which
Okay,
reports
so
have to be-
you're saying that, if I hear you correctly, that you send a letter which goes to the vendor and it relays the status of whatever the total findings were. And that happens at the conclusion of the work?
Yes,
Okay, at the conclusion of the work.
and that really applies for construction projects.
Okay, and for others that have to or fall under first source, it's done more like quarterly or
Yes, so
how is that done?
I wouldn't call that a closeout report.
No, I wouldn't either.
I would call that as part of monitoring and ongoing monitoring. And so I believe that takes place monthly on the current status of a project.
All right, yes, it indicates that. So on construction projects, is there some value to doing the tracking on a monthly basis or every other month, or is that, I mean, this is a compliance process, and it just seems like when we hear about it in my office, it's usually some egregious action that employees of the vendor are complaining about, and they'll say it's been going on for months, or they started this last year and nothing has been done.
So I think there is benefit with more frequent communication. On some of our larger, more high profile projects, we're meeting as frequently as every 2 weeks to a month. It just depends on the nature of the project. So that does happen in some cases, but the law requires notification of compliance when the project concludes. So we follow the law, but there is value and we do meet as frequent as every 2 weeks.
Yes, I'm two things. One, we have a couple of high profile activities. We certainly have the arena. And are you indicating that every 2 weeks there is a tracking of what they are doing?
So we are meeting with the arena staff, and I want to say if it's not every 2 weeks, it's monthly. And we are discussing compliance in real time. We're working together, places where there may not be, or there may be a need to have more DC resident hires. We're sourcing clients, we're making recommendations. Actually, last week, my team was at Capital One Arena for both I think it was like a sub.
It
maybe
was,
even for-
yes, I was there. Yes,
Okay,
your
yes.
team was there. Your first,
And that's the second
first
time
source.
we,
Miss
yes.
Jenkins, I believe is her name.
I think so,
Yes.
that was there,
Mhm.
yes. So
Mhm.
that was the second time we've done that for Capital One Arena. And so we do try to be proactive and have frequent engagement and communication around compliance. But most importantly, we want to provide DC residents who can fill these jobs. So we are talking to these vendors about talent that we have that are ready for work.
Yes, I think she was speaking of the rules, the process you must follow. And if I'm not mistaken, at least of the 5 or 6, maybe 7 phases that were listed, 2 phases have been completed, which leads me to wonder, does the monitoring of first source begin at the time that the company or the vendor has the construction project, or does it begin once, I'll say, once we pass the preparation stage, like the drawings, they're all done.
So before construction starts is when the first source agreement should be finalized. Once
Okay.
construction starts, in this case, we're talking about construction, but once
Yes.
construction starts, then that's when monitoring begins. It's after the completion of and finalization of the first source agreement.
Okay, all right. So I know that union contractors have to meet this requirement. The non-union contracting world, do they have to meet the requirement as well? And I ask because there seems to be some ambiguity there. They don't seem to.
So the prime that receives the award is who has to meet compliance, whether it's a non-union or union project. The compliance sits with the prime. It is agnostic to whether the source of labor is union or not.
Okay, thinking about, yeah,
I see you thinking.
I'm thinking about some of the conditions and situations that have been brought to our attention.
Okay.
And I believe that in many instances where it's not the prime, it is a subcontractor who has the, I'll say, impression that somehow they have to comply in order for the prime to be, which
I
makes
see.
sense.
I see. So yes, so compliance rolls up, right?
That's right.
So the project that the project and the prime are the beneficiary of government funds.
Right.
And the project, because of that threshold, has to meet the statutory requirements. So whether if you are the sub or you're the prime, everybody should be in compliance.
And so in FY 24, what kind of dollars are we speaking of when we talk about contracting that requires a first source report? Are we talking?
Oh, I see. How much of the,
Are
how
we-
much government, what is the amount of government funds that were contracted out? Is that what you're?
Correct.
You know, I don't.
Because I would assume if first source reports are to be filed with your office, that would mean you would have to know how much, what is the value of the contract that you are tracking or monitoring.
So we do have the value of the contract. I don't have it here in my note cards, but I can tell you, in 2024, there were 889 hires on all projects that had a first source agreement, and 477 of them were DC residents, and 53.7 of those were DC residents. So at I'm sorry, not year to date. No. Yes, that is right. So January 1 through December 30th, 587 first source agreements were executed. 889 people were hired on all of those projects, of which 477 of them are DC residents, which equates to 53.7% of all hires are DC residents, and the law requires at least 51%.
All right. And do you see those payroll records?
Yes, the staff
Okay.
monitors them. Yes.
All right. And so the payroll records are what I'm asking about. What is that dollar amount?
So I will ask the team. Now, I'm going to tell you, I don't think we can get that fast by the end of the hearing, but I hear you asking two things. I first heard you ask, what is the total amount of government contract funds awarded to X number of projects that have first source agreements? And then you're asking for the payroll, the wages.
Yes.
For all of those first source
Yes.
agreements.
Yes.
And FY24.
Yes.
Okay. You guys got
Yes.
that? Okay.
Because if we're doing percentages, which is what is always presented, well, we do 56% and we're exceeding 51% or what have you. What does it really mean in dollars and cents?
Understood.
To our community? So that's what I'm trying.
Yes, we have that and we'll provide that.
Okay, thank you. So this is more, I guess, well, how well do construction projects work with project labor agreements with the first source goals? You're getting the
Councilmember
hot
Bonds.
potatoes, I know.
That is a hot potato.
Does
So-
it work? Do we really? Let me just ask you this in all fairness. Do project labor agreements, well, you can't tell me until you look at the money.
Correct.
But once you look at the money, the third question would be to do to compare those that have a non-project labor agreements versus the project labor agreements. And I think this will help us to understand the value or the hindrance that we're faced, and it could be very meaningful.
Understood. So I'll ask the team to differentiate on the project labor agreement data where we know it exists. But let me take a step back and talk about the value of having DC residents on all of these projects versus if it's a PLA project or not. There are strategies for both that could be used and that are effective to get DC residents to work. And so I'm not advocating for one over the other, but what I am advocating is that both use strategies that are proven to work to get DC residents
Yes.
employed.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you for that. From past hearings, CBEs have raised the issue with these alternative plans compared, particularly compared to without having those. Do you have a criteria, a set criteria that determines when and if you will accept or engage with a vendor the potential of doing an alternative plan? Just trying to understand how are those decisions made? For me, the more uniform it is, the
Yes.
easier it is, and I think for you too as
Yes.
well. But just for the record, try to get some clarity here.
And you recall, I think it was a year ago, they came in front of you and I was here for a hearing. You know, I took an opportunity to meet with that group of CBEs and I learned a lot. And it helped to inform our thinking and our process. So here's what I learned and here's what's happening. One, that it is important to have some consistency and uniformity on how these alternative plans are administered. And we use labor market data to determine if there is a shortage of skilled DC residents in a particular labor category. That is the first step, is understanding the labor market data. We don't ever want to be in a position where we intentionally or unintentionally harm a CBE that suggests they have the DC resident labor supply to work on a project. And so the labor market data, one, is what we use. Two, we get all of the data up front before we enter into an alternative plan. We want to know what positions are going to be on the project. We want to understand if there are transfers in and out. We want to know what the labor market data is. And my team asks really tough questions. And so those are some of the steps that we've taken in a more formalized approach to ensure that there is sunlight and consistency in how these alternative plans. But I will tell you, I learned a lot from Mr. Greenhill and the folks. I invited them in and we saw that there was an opportunity to improve our process, and we did.
Thank you for that response. And they have been back to us and we have been able to help them see the light on certain projects, and they're feeling very good about it. So it's like we followed through, and that's what they're very excited about.
I also like, you know, as an example in what's happening with Capital One Arena, inviting CBEs in to talk.
Okay.
Right. And you don't necessarily see that happen all of the time. But inviting CBEs in to talk, to learn about the process at the same time, so everyone is hearing the same information and the same opportunities and has the opportunity to ask questions, I think is really important. And I will tell you, on the Capital One Arena project and the event that you were at, you know, we have partnered with them and DSLBD because we understand that we're cousins to
Yes.
DSLBD on that particular matter.
Yes, thank you for that. And on partnering, I would like to be in touch with you about when we have our meeting planned for discussions of how we begin to look at the implementation of I-82 as it relates to wage theft issues. So
Okay.
just if we could.
Yes.
I committed to doing a working group, and they too were very excited that we're working on that.
We'll be ready.
Thank you. Let's see. Can we talk about wage theft penalties and
Sure.
particularly taking a look at, like, for instance, from fiscal year 2021 through 24, the assessments have been less than 300,000 in penalties, compared to more recently, and the assessed penalties have been 1.1 million. What has changed?
So there might be some nuance here that I think
Okay.
I need to unpack a bit. What I think the first number that you share, the over 300,000 number.
Yes, less than.
Okay, I think, I just want to make sure I understand, because you had said FY 21 through FY 24.
Yeah.
But in FY 24, there were less than 300,000 in fine, just in 24.
Okay.
Okay. But in FY 25, so far, we've assessed 1.1 million, and we've collected 63,000 to date. And collection is an ongoing process. And so my team will beat the pavement and have boots on the ground. You know that song, Boots on the Ground, I just thought about when I said it, to collect fines. So there's, so far to date, 63,130 has been collected, but we have assessed over $1 million in fines.
And so the monies that are collected go into the wage theft prevention fund?
They do, yes.
Okay. And what happens with that money that's in this fund?
So we fund the FTEs that do the enforcement work and the collection work. And in years past where we've had more funding, we've done grants for community-based organizations to support both the business community on education outreach and on the worker side of the house, education and outreach.
The fund, is the fund a statutory fund or?
It is.
Does this fund need more oversight from the perspective of, with the increase in the penalties, is that an indication that there are more opportunities for bad actors, or?
I don't think oversight is the right word. I think, and my agency has done a really almost too good of a job of collecting revenue and our other revenue SPR funds, that if the same level of resources were there, we probably could collect all of the fines that are assessed. So I don't think it's I'm not sure how you're operationalizing oversight, but people to support the collection of fines and revenue, I think could certainly be a benefit.
Okay. What is the DC Job Trust Fund? And what are the programs that are currently, where does this money come from?
So the DC Jobs Trust Fund is the fund in which fines and penalties connected from or associated with First Source are deposited. That fund also supports training. So the idea here is we can't just keep talking about we don't have enough skilled labor. We've got to, and then fine people. We need to use the money and for the fines that we and penalties we're collecting to train the jobs that people where there's not enough skilled labor. And so
Okay.
that's what we do. We offer a
And so how do you determine what you're going to spend the money on? I mean, let's say you want to spend the money on hospitality. How do you determine you're going to spend it on hospitality?
So it's based on the labor market data that shows the number of job openings that currently exist in or by industry. And so if you go on the does.dc.gov, navigate to about, there is like a labor market data section. And every month I put out a unemployment report and a press release. And as part of that report, it talks about vacancies that exist by industry. So that is how we determine what industry training to fund.
Okay, and I got that. I'm really asking which vendor how do you select your vendors to get this money to do training? Or do you do the training inside or at DOES? And under what category can we find this training dollars used?
So we do both. If we do a vendor, it's through a competitive grant. And if we use the funding in-house, it's typically through programs like Project Empowerment to add more slots there to get people, returning citizens, to work. The money you can find is in the Jobs Trust Fund. It doesn't show up in the budget of a particular program. It's in the Jobs Trust Fund.
Okay, and so you just pull it out when you need it?
Yes.
But we need a criteria. You know, it's like I've been around the government here for a few decades. There was a time I know DOES has had this fund for a while, for decades. And it was played with. I'll just make that clear. So I'm trying to understand what are the guardrails around this fund and how it is, what's the stipulation for how it can be used? What are the requirements?
So there is language in the statute, and I believe it was updated, I don't know, maybe in the last 6 to 8 years. It was updated to provide language on how the fund could be used. It is used to support training and training related activities for jobs in high demand industries where we need DC residents to work. So that is the criteria, but we don't subjectively make decision. Any grants, they're competitive. They're competitive grants. The programs that we have funded historically over the last few years have been Project Empowerment.
Okay. And so if a grant is competitive, do you have staff that makes the determination by reviewing the grant applications? Is there a request for proposals that goes out? I want the public to begin to understand how we get what we get in the way of DOES expenditures for jobs.
So there is a notice that usually goes out in the Federal Register that says it's a notice of funding available. DOES intends on making a grant award. Then we post the request for applications, and then we hold a pre-application conference to the public. So anybody can join. They can also ask questions. And even following the pre-application conference, we take the questions and we provide responses to those who participate. after the RFA closes, a group of staff in the respective programs in which it will be implemented, review the applications, and a consensus meeting is held, and then a selection is made.
Okay, I just really want that out in the public domain so they understand there's some mystique that DOES is, if you are, let's say, a vendor or prospective vendor, and you have an idea, you bring your idea to DOES. If they like it, then that idea can flourish.
And the idea should be closely aligned to the notice of funding available and the request for applications. If folks who are watching can go to does.dc.gov, navigate to about, scroll halfway down, there's a grants section, and all of the RFAs that are open are posted there.
I thank you very much for that. That's important to know. And so for this job trust fund, what do we have in there proposed for FY26? That you will be
600,000 is what we propose that we will collect.
all right. And have you spent all you collected in FY25 to date?
No, because we're still collecting.
All right. And so
Do you have the?
would that amount be added to the proposed?
Oh, okay, let's see. FY25 approved to date. Sorry, I'm trying to figure. How much have we collected? 200, thank you. $275,363.32 as of May 1st. But we proposed that we would collect about 600, actually FY26, 600,000, FY25, $629,420.82.
All right. And so those dollars that have not come in, you are anticipating they'll come in between now and September 30th.
Yes.
Okay. Now I have to ask,
Okay.
Those who do your collection, they're your staff, right?
Yes.
Okay. Do they wear body worn cameras by any chance? I have to ask that.
No.
Okay. Thank
No.
you. That's fine.
But do staff that collect revenue? I'm intrigued. Are people wearing body worn? They're not collecting cash. They're sending letters. They're
Okay.
calling, they're emailing.
Routine office type
Yeah.
collection.
I don't know of anyone that wears body worn cameras that's collecting revenue, because nobody collects cash anymore. That was a new one. I didn't have that on my list of tough questions. That's a new one.
Thank you for that. I just wanted to put that on the record. There are some DC employees that do wear body worn
Really?
cameras. Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Huh. Yeah. I trust my staff until they give me a reason not to, but I
got
do
you.
trust them
I
because they're watching. So I want them to know I trust them,
That's
continue to do the
correct.
right thing.
That is correct. Yes. From what you have shared with us today, it's clear that the youth programs are substantial, and you have the ability to grow them. My big concern is, how do we do similar work on behalf of our adult population, which is more difficult, I know. And as you know, as a member of the WIC, Workforce Investment Council, one of the things we're pushing for is to flood the market with apprenticeships. as much as possible. And so the average apprenticeship for, let's say, a customer service representative in an office environment, I think currently it's 4 years of training or on-the-job training. And what does that cost us?
Well, I'm going to tell you, Councilmember Bonds, if they're doing apprenticeship for 4 years in the office, we got a problem. That is too long for people to be in an office. Now, in some of our very skilled trade, masonry, right? Like I understand they're being multi-year, but not for office and not for customer service. Remember, an apprenticeship is a full-time position. So let me just give you an example about the DC government apprenticeship program. I believe we hired them at grade 11, step 1. I'm going to just do it off the top of my head here. Probably around 67,000. And that apprenticeship is a year long. But you get full benefits. Some of those are union positions, some are not. And you are an FTE. And so when you're done, you continue to stay in your FTE unless, you know, there's some sort of issue or you decide to leave early. That's an example of an office. And some of our skilled trades between $50,000 and $70,000 it could go up to.
So if I wanted to become skilled at concrete, doing the curves, that's between $50,000 and $70,000.
I would probably
70,000.
annually, yes. Yep. Which could include overtime, you know, as well.
Does it include, or does it require 3 years, 2 years, 5 years?
Ooh. Some of our skilled trade apprenticeships are multi-year. I for construction, I don't have off the top of my head.
All right.
If you have a specific labor category or position, I can ask the team to look it up and we can get some information based on what we have approved.
I guess what I'm concerned with is if we're going to focus on apprenticeships, probably internships as well, then what kind of dollar value are we speaking of? I mentioned earlier about how do we, what could we do for graduating 17-year-olds to 20-year-olds? What can we really do with them? The thought is if we kind of knew what that bucket might look like, we would have some idea of what we would need. Of course, we would have to start it as a pilot, but I feel like every year we talk about the need to hire the unemployed, those that are not going to go on to higher education or even, you know, a trade school per se, or a 2-year program. So how do we jumpstart it? And the thought is we have to have something in place that can do. Otherwise, we see what happens when they leave being obligated, let's say 7 or 8 hours a day.
I have some thoughts on pilots that we can run, and it's following some practices that we already have in place. The on-the-job training, I think, is a good way to jumpstart an employee and jumpstarting and incentivizing an employer to hire DC residents, and that's when a percentage of their salary is reimbursed to the employer. So that is been a proven practice across the country. Also, our paid work experience program. So we pay the wages up to a specific amount of time. And then the company hires the candidate fully. So I was here last year and probably for budget, and we were talking about programs for graduating or graduated college seniors, people who've graduated from college who've come home and have no job.
Yeah.
They have debt. They're around the neighborhood. They're at grandma's house or mom and dad's house, and they have no job. So we started the college fellowship program. We got 29 young people who were not able to find a job after a college degree, had mounting debt, and were not working. We are paying their wages, help them with their resume, give them professional development, and then work with those employers that they're placed at to hire them full time. That is a model, a national model that works. So I would say those are two ways to jumpstart and incentivize employers to fill the vacant positions that they have. What we don't want to do is to be paying fully for a DC resident when we have vacant jobs that are in the market right now.
Thanks for mentioning the vacant jobs that we have in the market right now. What is the estimated number of jobs that are available in the district now? Or are you thinking more the metropolitan Washington area?
So I probably have data for both.
Okay.
I
I believe one year before last, you mentioned for every resident, we had 2 jobs.
I did say that. Good memory. I did say that. I think it might be slightly less than 2 jobs because the unemployment rate is resting at about 5.9
Yes.
right now. So I think it might be slightly under 2 vacant jobs for every unemployed DC resident. But I'll have my team fact check that. I can tell you with certainty we're at about 5.9% for the unemployment rate.
All right. That would be very helpful. Thank you. So is there, where do you see the fluff in your budget?
Well, we work very hard at DOES. We're already lean. I can't say that there is any fluff because we've cut. Now, let me remind you, we cut a lot from product empowerment from those ARPA dollars and in youth programs, a lot. And I'm on the eve of more cuts based on the big, beautiful bill. So I don't have fluff. I'm one of the leanest agencies in the district.
All right. Well, I've spent some time today as you're very savvy. You know, I've spent time having you to put on the record
Yes,
the
ma'am.
deal. I mean, the real deal. And that's really important. As you know, my colleagues and I will be spending time every week thinking about each other's budget. So I'm very hopeful that the budget for this committee will be ironclad. Any dollars that we really don't need, you can rest assured will be sifted out, is what I fear. I want to keep all our dollars, but I want all our dollars to be well used so that they really are making a difference for neighborhoods, for people in our community that need it. And I'll have to give up that which isn't of that category. And it'll have to go to some other of the committees that feel that they are lacking or they need. And one of the areas that we haven't really talked a lot about, I appreciate all that you're doing with our youth. But we just have to find a way to engage them more. So that, and to change the trajectory more than anything else of what happens in neighborhoods. And I know all the parents can't, take them to cheerleader and all of this.
Sure.
I've heard many parents talk about, oh, well, in the afternoon, whatever Becky wants to do, I have to do it, or I'm already obligated. And then there are many other parents that are not engaged for whatever the reason may be.
Yes, certainly.
And so the young folk are just here.
So this is why there's continued investment in the summer youth employment program. It's also why there's continued support, and thank you for the committee for the CRESP program. Councilmember Bonds, I'd like to think you and I had a little something to do with decreasing the number of car thefts. Because remember, that was happening to young people, and I came to you and you were
Yep.
on board. You
Yep.
said to me, you want to get something for these young people. We need to find a solution. So I think you and I should take a little tiny bit of credit. I will tell you is, you know, you and your colleagues in council are thinking about budgets. I think today there is an imperative that as we jumpstart the economy, we should be thinking about where there is a duplication of effort and how it should come to its rightful home, which is the Committee of Executive Administration and Labor. The people who are the experts and talent development. You heard me talk about First Source for the last several years. We've met the statutory requirement of 51% of DC residents being hired on these First Source projects. Not a single vacant position goes unfilled in the SYEP program. Perhaps it's time to look outside of the committee where we could see there's maybe a duplication of efforts and it come to the rightful home, which is the CEAL committee.
Thank you very much for that. One of the areas that we want to look closely at is in-school program for the middle school kids.
Yes.
That's where they kind of, go off base.
But remember what we did with CRESP, we got those middle school kids earning $125 a week.
Yeah.
Because there are some young people, and you said not everybody is privileged enough to have a Becky or Sally or Joe at, sports or whatever they're doing. But there are some young people where, whether we like it or not, they need money. And so, why not think about what is effective, where there's proven results. And we know, especially based on the legacy of the Marion Barry Summer Youth Employment Program, it creates future talent-ready candidates to work in the district. And so that CRESP program, even if we were to think about piloting a year round, keeping those middle school students engaged, especially east of the river or some of our targeted PSAs, that might be a way to keep them active, busy, connected to school so that there's some sort of incentive for their participating. And $125 is modest. You can't get a latte for $5 now.
Well, I think you're 100% on the money with this thought, because the 6 weeks during the summer is very beneficial, but we need to think about the whole child, and the whole child is thinking about going to school and what happens during the school time and how do I enrich myself. Even if it means some sort of internship with businesses in their neighborhood. So I think we should spend some effort figuring out how we can do that.
Let's
I
work
think it will
together.
pay off, really pay off for our community.
Now, it would be a very cool pilot is if we could get the seniors with some of the young people to work together. Now that might be a cool pilot.
Well, we might be able to do something like that on a Saturday, but our seniors are just ecstatic with the senior champion program where they get a little stipend. And my commitment is to those that apply, we should try to accommodate, because I don't think any senior would apply for a $4 an hour stipend if they did not need it.
Yes, ma'am. Yes. Agreed.
And we need to spread that out, particularly given the constraints they're going to be under moving forward. So
Yes.
let me just check 1 minute. Well, thank you very much for your time with us
Thank you.
today. And I know we kept you a little longer than we had anticipated, but thank you very much.
Thank you.
We appreciate it. And tell your daughter that we care too.
Thank
Okay.
you.
All
Will
right.
will do. Thank you. And thank you for your leadership on this.
Thank you. I want to thank everyone who participated in today's budget oversight hearing for their contributions. We learned a great deal, and I hope those who watched have learned as well. If the public has any additional thoughts or would like to submit written testimony regarding the budget of these agencies, please email it to the committee at CEAL@dccouncil.gov, and that's CEAL at dccouncil.gov. The hearing record will close in 10 business days on the 25th of June at 5 p.m. The committee's next meeting will be on Monday, June 16th at 9:30 a.m. when we will have the director and her team from the Department on Aging and Community Living. And this concludes today's hearing. And with that, the time is now 4:06 p.m. on the 11th of June, 2025, and the meeting is adjourned. And thanks to everyone again, and a special thanks to my team here.